They said I was a footnote, background noise, a misfit, unimportant, too loud. Funny how that turned to kismet. Me and my truth, we sit real still, no sirens, let them scream in the daylight. Truth don't need alignment. I didn't want the headline, I saw the pattern. Opening my mouth made the whole room shatter. Try to keep it measured, flashing warning signs. Every time I spoke the truth, they called it crossing lines. I stayed out of the spotlight, studied every thread. Watch the story bend while they counted what I said. Never chased the platform, never begged the crowd. I was mapping all the quiet while they weaponized the loud. Not a drunk, but you can call me Boozey. There's a lot more here than simple beauty. It's my time, I'm showing you the real me. Formally introducing Boozey Beauty. Boozey Beauty. Boozey Beauty. Boozey Beauty. Daily in the gym, yeah, I build this body, but don't confuse the muscle with the mind inside me. Got the ladies watching when I teach that beauty, but the real flex is know exactly who I'm proving. Is deeper than looks, deeper than likes. I'm sharpening language, intellect precise. Full play, firm lines, boundaries set. I light my soul up, I don't need their respect. While they were boxed in my marching bold lies. I was face down, boxed in, hit from all sides. If they look beneath the noise, they see I never wanted fame, just wanted Pat seen. Not a drunk, but you can call me Boozey. There's a lot more here than simple beauty. It's my time, I'm showing you the real me. Formally introducing Boozey Beauty. Boozey Beauty. Boozey Beauty. Boozey Beauty. Snakes in the grass slithering in my phone. I walked out clean when the silence hit home. Diamond in the rough, no filter, no scene. Funny how the dirtiest hands claim pristine. Not a drunk, but you can call me Boozey. There's a lot more here than simple beauty. It's my time, I'm showing you the real me. Formally introducing Boozey Beauty. Boozey Beauty. Boozey Beauty. Boozey Beauty. You can call me Boozey. Ranging back on Harassment beauty. I've been here, now you finally see. Say it right, Boozey Beauty. Boozey Beauty. Boozey Beauty. Boozey Beauty. Boozey Beauty.
Hello, one and every one. Just a little sidebar already. There's a little line in my opening song, and it's towards the end, and it states, funniest how the dirtiest hands claim pristine. I think that is a good way to start off this particular live stream. If you are on here live, hello everyone. So happy to have you here on a beautiful Friday evening. Also, thank you to everyone for being moldable with me, because I originally had this live stream set for yesterday, and then I got last minute tickets to Ariana Grande, and oh boy, was she fabulous. Members, hello. Thank you for those of you who answered my poll. I'm going to pull you guys in, my members, for a live stream, a private live stream after this. We need to talk for members only. Anyways, hi everyone who is here on replay as well. Thank you for being here. It doesn't matter where you're coming from, whether it's Friday evening or midnight or afternoon or morning. I'm just happy that you are here catching this at whatever time works for you. So, we had an interesting article that was released this week, and that is going to be the sole focus of this live stream. I had some bumps in the road other than rescheduling due to my Ariana Grande of it all. I also apparently had too many tabs and too many things to click on outside of this program that I run the live stream on, which is StreamYard. StreamYard then goes through YouTube. So StreamYard was like, no, you were going to fail. So I had to cut it down a little bit, which is why I was also a little bit late for this. So I thank you all for the patience that you have given me. I do, trust me, I believe it's frustrating on my end. So just know I'm trying to work as hard as I can. I'm still a noob, guys. I've been here a month-ish, right? I've been over here a little bit of a month, and I'm still learning. And I think I'm forever going to be learning when it comes to this stuff. It's not my forte. Research now. Research is my forte. And research I did. If you follow me on Twitter, you already saw a little snippet, some little clues of what we're going to be covering here today. Lots to cover. So, what exactly is going on in Norfolk County? Well, if you don't know who I am, I go by the username Boozey Beauty, and I am a resident of Norfolk County. That, of course, was put on the international map for the Karen Reed trials, as well as the investigation of the murder of John O'Keefe, as well as Sandra Birchmore. And this particular article that was put out this week is an interesting little bit that we're going to get into today. Now, before I get into the article, I think it is important that we go over what is going on in Norfolk County currently, what's coming up in the next couple of months. Like, why would this random article drop about some insinuations that Karen Reed and Turtle Boy are working together, and then pull in a former federal prosecutor that is now running for district attorney of Norfolk County? It's just very interesting, the timing of this. So within the county, we're all very familiar, like I said, of the Karen Reed trials, which is obviously the murder investigation of Boston police officer John O'Keefe. That happened in a town by the name of Canton, which was in Norfolk County. See how all the dots connect, folks? We've been doing a lot of connections this live stream. So on September 1st, we do have an incoming district attorney election. Now, the district attorney who's in place right now is a guy by the name of Michael Morrissey. I'm sure you guys have heard of him before. If you haven't, if you're brand new to this, we have a video featuring him coming up where he came out with a statement at one point in regards to all of the Karen Reed trial of it all. He decided he's no longer to run for district attorney of the county, which means now we have this upcoming election with all these candidates. We have 6 Democrats running and 1 independent running. Why does that matter for this article? Because Adam Deitch, I said that wrong. Deitch, man. Adam Deitch, who was a federal prosecutor, who did work on the investigation. Well, technically, the federal investigation was not about the murder of John O'Keefe. It was about the investigation of the murder of John O'Keefe, which may explain some things later on, and the people that they pulled in for this federal grand jury. So, like I said, this article goes very well deep into some theory that this journalist has put out there. And she has alluded with her fact finding through her sources that she fully believes, as well as some spokeswomen of certain witnesses within the Karen Reed trials, that this was all done to prop up Adam Deitch in order for him to look better for the public. That somehow the go-behinds of the Karen Reed trial, including Aidan Kearney's coverage of all of this, is why Adam has been running for district attorney. It's a jump, but we'll get into it, folks. So I want to say hello to some people in chat because, like I said, I am live right now. Replay crew, thank you again for being here. You can always fast forward if you wish. So let me see if my handy dandy mouse is actually going to work today. Oh, yeah, it's working. Oh, it's working. I love when one thing of technology is working. Hello, Kirks. Hello, Stephanie. Keep up the good fight. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Chris, Gretchen is not a journalist. I think we have some questions on the integrity, but we'll get into it. We'll get into it. No worries. Goldilocks, hello. AD for DA. Yes, yes, yes. Oh, don't worry. We will get into this trial. World TV, hello. Yellow Cottage Tale and Rusty Drawers are the Ghost Riders. Interesting, interesting. Hello, Sweeney's, Dennis and Brenda. Hello, hello. The Kind Oracle, Lala. Hello, hey, beauty. What's up? What's up? Hi, yay, working my C's. Hi, Chad. Saucy Meat Sauce. Oh, she's definitely trying to create the illusion of a huge conflict of interest. Which is very common when we get into the whole political sphere of it all. So this was going to come. We knew this was going to come eventually, but like I said, what interesting timing. Hello, Chris. Waves, wave. And EmilySee, my beautiful friend, don't you worry. We will clear up all of the things in regards to my friend who was named directly in this article. We'll get into it. We'll get into it. Oh, Isabel says, Boston Meg issued a corrected article today. Interesting. Don't worry. We'll get into the claims. The claims specifically, like I just said, about EmilySee, who is another Norfolk County resident who is also a content creator who was able to interview Adam Deitch. And I think that's the reason why she was dragged into this. But also it might have been one of those dog whistles, if you know what I mean. Like I said, we'll get into it. We'll get into it. But E-Chase, I see you. Oh, now my mouse doesn't want to work again. Hi, E-Chase. And of course, my mod, you all are beautiful. Thank you for being here. Hi, Cam. Hello, Scott. Yes, see, Scott gets it. Gretchen Voss article was mostly a hit piece on Adam Deitch and the feds. Bottom line, exactly. All right, I have some friends I need to say thank you to before we get into all of this. Thank you, Curious Lottie, for becoming a member. Thank you. I hope you enjoy the emojis. I have more on the way because I keep getting all ideas with these live streams. Thank you. Oh, Uncle Alert. Thank you. Amicus Spectaculous. I like that. I like that a lot. Look at this. We have members for 1 month. This is crazy. These are the individuals that decided they wanted to become a member right away. They saw me go live and they go, yes, bet. I like her. And I like you all back. I trust me. I love you all back. So Romy, thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Again, I keep seeing all these names that I've seen in other live streams. And I'm like, this is crazy. You guys are here now hanging with me. I love this so much. Allegedly, LB, my friend, thank you so much. Can't wait for the show. We've got a lot on the docket. We shall say some sidebars too that are planned. Sassy Dex Diaries, thank you for sending sparkles. Sparkle. Love it so much. Into the Wildness, Clapping Seal. I think there's a goat or something on there too. I think. Sassy Death Diaries, Silver Star. You are a shining star, my friend. Thank you, Michelle, for becoming a member. It's a lot of fun here. And remember, if you are a member, you stay after the live stream. Make sure you stay and hang. We got to talk. Thank you, Amicus Spectaculous, for becoming a member as well. Jane Vision. Oh, yeah, member for 1 month. Can't believe it's been a month. Time flies when you're having fun, my friend, right? That's what they say. Thank you, Heather, for becoming a member. I appreciate you. Holly Ricks, a gold coin. Money. Saucy Meat Sauce became a member, friend. Yes, you're here to stay now. Yes, bet. I like her. Emily. Sassy Death Diaries, you're all over this. Thank you so much, my friend, for you and all your hard work. Thank you. No fucking way. You are not hanging here long, girly pop. you are not hanging here long. The reason why you just became a member, for those of you who don't know who this is, she is Carrie Roberts' cousin. I've already spent enough time on a live stream calling you out and the way that you work. You are not going to be here long. I am not giving you permission to harass me, which actually is such perfect timing because we're going to go into the harassment that some of us, me, my friend Emily, other locals, other witnesses have dealt with on the other side of the coin for simply not believing the Commonwealth's theory. So once again, thank you for walking right into the point. Grandma of 10.2. Do you have 10.2 grandchildren? 0.2. I'm just kidding. I think that's probably like your second account or something like that. Thank you for becoming a member. Oh my God, there's so many of you. Okay, almost done, guys. Almost done. For those of you who are like, what the hell's going on? Almost done. Exhibit Alley, thank you so much. Woohoo, happy 1 month. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I appreciate you and your beautiful hair. Chad, you became a member. Oh boy. Oh boy, Chad's here to stay too. Chase, oh, I love you so much, my fellow mod. Locked in for the night, love it here. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Child World TV, thank you. A floating heart, love you right back. Janelle, thank you so much for becoming a YouTube member. You dropped the ducks, folks. We got some susses and some ducks in chat. Beautiful messy ball, thank you as well for becoming a member. I appreciate you. And finally, Lieutenant Pez Dispenser Telly. for giving a flow state. Okay. All right. So, like I said before all the funness began, and now chat is sending in all of my ducks. Okay, friends. So, like I said, there is an interesting connection in this article by a journalist by the name of Gretchen Voss. She works for Boston Magazine. And she's alluding to some kind of connection between Karen Reed, who was acquitted, of course, for the murder of John O'Keefe. She was found not guilty of all the major charges, went through 2 trials, the whole nonsense of it all, yada, yada. Some connection between Karen Reed planning with Aidan Kearney, planning also with Adam Deitch to try to do some kind of forced investigation into the investigation of John O'Keefe. For any of you that have been here, been following along, we know of a lot of the things in the last couple of months that have gone down. The big one being, of course, Michael Proctor, who was the lead investigator of the murder investigation of John O'Keefe. All of the 13 years cloud data that had come out. And for anyone to still think that the investigation that happened in Canton, Massachusetts didn't have major flaws, and in fact, they also then allude Karen and Aidan, along with the feds, were working to try to incorrectly or purposely go after witnesses. One witness who lied to federal investigators. It's a bit of a reach, especially when we are a month and a week out from an election, a major election where there's a high probability that cases like Sandra Birchmore and John O'Keefe are going to be reopened depending on who is elected. Obviously, if you elect Greg Conner, who is essentially Morrissey's hand-picked candidate, obviously, there isn't going to be any other investigations. There's not going to be. Because are they going to investigate themselves? If Morrissey already stated he's not going to further any investigations, then why would we think Conner is as well? Greg Conner, of course, who has been publicly endorsed by the Proctors. We went over that on a live stream. If you haven't seen that, make sure you go check that out. Where right in front of Michael Proctor's sister's house, Courtney, she put out a sign that said Greg Conner for DA. So a vote for Greg Conner in this instance, you could say, is a vote for the Proctors. If you support racism, sure, because that's what Proctor's text messages showed us. You can't get around that. You can't get around that. So if you support Connor and the Proctors support Connor, what else are we as a public supposed to think? Going back to the federal investigation of it all, I think it's important that we remember, or maybe you don't know, what goes into a federal investigation. Is it possible for a defendant to reach out to federal investigators and then only based off that defendant's word would they open up investigation, harass other witnesses in this defendant's case, bring them into a grand jury, yell at them, and then randomly close it? Is that how federal investigations work? I don't know. But you know who does know? A former federal investigator. If you weren't here deep in the weeds some time ago, let's go back to before trial 2. Obviously, there was a mistrial for trial 1. And then we had a special prosecutor by the name of Hank Brennan who was hired by Norfolk County. His name was Hank Brennan, who famously was a defense attorney for Whitey Bulger. I know, we're going back to the Whitey Bulger of it all. Isn't that so interesting? Then, of course, when it comes to a second trial, everyone gets a whole new clean slate, essentially. Can you still go back to trial 1 testimonies in the former filings? Of course. But you can say, take what you have and then build upon it. So that often means both sides, in this case, the Commonwealth side and Karen Reed's side, can hire new expert witnesses. Of course, we are all very familiar with the Blue Man Group that we like to say locally, Aperture. The reason why we call them Aperture is because Judd Welcher decided to paint his arm blue to try to say, see, the damage on Karen Reed's Lexus, the location of it matches exactly how John O'Keefe could have been hit in the arm with Karen Reed's Lexus. But if you were here the last live stream, they didn't get into the white paint damage on said vehicle. They didn't talk about it at all. Screw the blue paint. What's that white paint that was on her vehicle? We don't know because it was never investigated. But Karen Reed's side also had the opportunity to have her own experts. So she attempted to bring forth, his name is Michael Easter. I just know my friends that like to look at pretty people are going to be happy. I'm about to pull up an interview of Michael Easter. He, former federal investigator, but now he has turned expert. Okay. He's worked on case after case after case, specifically testifying about how investigations, police, locally and federally, are supposed to do things. That is his expertise. Highly qualified. He's smart as shit. So smart. Like, when I was prepping for this live stream and I was watching his various interviews, I was like, damn. And we didn't get to see him. Do you know why we didn't get to see him? Because Judge Beverly Cannoni stated he could not testify for Karen Reed because the jury should already know, in layman's terms, should already know everything that he would testify to. Jury wouldn't need specifics of how a police investigation was supposed to work. Which, by the way, when you're thinking about the Michael Proctor of it all, Michael Easter, although it may be obvious that a lead investigator is probably not supposed to mock a defendant's appearance, mock her health issues, call her a whack job, see you next Tuesday. Like, they're probably not supposed to do that. But Michael Easter was going to get more into the thick of it all. Into the thick of it. So he wasn't able to come forward and actually testify and explain to the jury and us as a public, because these trials were actually put out worldwide for all of us to see. We weren't able to get those explanations. But like I said, he did go on a couple of live streams. So I'm going to pull up a live stream. This is where we're going to start, and then we're going to get into the article. And the reason why, like I said, I want to start here first is so that those of you who weren't following, who haven't seen this, who don't really know what's going on, can get a better grasp of exactly how a federal investigation is supposed to work, because a federal investigation was opened up in this case. So, first clip that I want to show, that I want to open up with in particular, is from one of our fellow favorite law tubers, Lawyer You Know. Mr. Peter Tragos, thank you so much for doing this, because this helped me immensely, and now it can help my chat. Yay. Of course, if you don't subscribe to him, you probably all do. But if you like the legalness of it all, I'm so sorry, guys, if this camera moves again. I still got a dog and a cone. So if my things move, just know it's the dog. It's not me. All right, let me share my screen so we can get into Michael Easter on Lawyer You Know. Prayers for me through this live stream that StreamYard does not act up. Okay. Lovely. Here we go. Into the thick of it. Into the thick of it. So the exact portion that I specifically want to get into is when Michael Easter first opens up to exactly what the federal investigation is, what he may think of it, all the things. So I'm going to play this for you guys, and we'll chit-chat a little bit throughout it. Make sure I don't have it on 2x speed. I'll turn it down for you guys. And make sure we're on full volume. Perfect. Here we go.
Yeah, exactly. And I think it's complex but simple enough, because sometimes people struggle to do their own job. And another thing I really want to talk to you about and get your take on is the federal investigation. Have you ever been a part of a situation where they are investigating other potential law enforcement or government actors for their actions, and the FBI comes in and does some, or DOJ comes in and does some kind of investigation?
Yes, and maybe I'll just clarify that just a little. Is the Bureau has violations or programs, and those top programs are counterterrorism, counterintelligence, cyber, public corruption, and then it sort of comes down to violent crimes. I was never assigned to a public corruption or civil rights color law squad. That I wasn't assigned to one of those. But because of my last 10 years as a national asset, I would have provided investigative support to those squads, and I've provided assistance to public corruption squads in the analysis of cell phone records and other location-based records. So did I investigate their case as a lead investigator or co-investigator? No. But did I see those cases and I'm familiar with them? And if I testified in them, yes.
And in talking about how that works, and just generally speaking, when something like that's happening, does the FBI always alert their targets that an investigation is open and that they are a target?
Never. Well, the goal would be never.
They do at times, but definitely not. It's not an always thing.
Can I say this, Peter? It might be a strategy. If we've notified you, it's a strategy that we've decided is important to us, because we want to tip you off to start what I would say trying to bring in other co-conspirators by bringing them into, hey, telling them your theory. Like if we tell you about your case, I'm sure I'll say it. You probably should stop talking about your case with anybody you know. You should not make any phone calls. You should throw your phones away, throw your computers away, and start fresh. And if you're smart, because if I've told you about it, I've been watching you for probably months or years.
Yeah.
And I'm close to the end. I'm close to the end. I'm about to arrest you.
Yeah.
I'm about to arrest you.
Call your lawyer. But
or maybe do what Higgins did. Throw it away on a military base and forget about it.
Yeah, that doesn't look bad. So that's when it starts. And then the opposite can be true too, because I mean, I've never experienced somebody absolutely closing the book on a target as a federal investigation. I don't know if you have, but that can also be a strategy as well. Oh yeah, we're done investigating you. That doesn't actually have to be true, right?
Yeah, I really would take issue with the word close. I think Brennan might have perpetuated a story to benefit himself. I'm not saying he's lying. Don't take that as what I'm saying, because I don't know what the conversation was with the DOJ, but I can tell you from my experience of working there 20 plus years that I've never once informed a witness or a third party, especially in his position, a former defense attorney, what we are or not doing with our case. I don't owe you a response. I'm not telling you whether it's closed or open. In fact, I would just prefer to keep you in the dark. That's how I would like this kind of relationship to go.
Yeah, we
So
kind of joke.
I think they would have probably told Brennan or them that the FBI and the DOJ have completed their investigation at this time, and we're not giving you any more new evidence. We're not doing anything more as it relates to your thing. You guys are on your own. We're not providing any more discovery to you in our investigation. And ultimately, did they close it? I don't know. Could they have? Yes. Is it just as likely that it's still open and they're waiting because the DOJ has never done anything impulsively and they're really happy to wait?
Yeah, and some things sort themselves out. Number one, but also it does not. Or I'll ask it as a question. Does it at all hamper or hamstring or make an investigation any more difficult just because they said they've completed it this time, or even if they did say they closed it at this time? Does that have any negative effect on if they want to look into it again in the future?
No. Closed case can be reopened with the stroke of a pen and an electronic communication to the file that we were reopening the case based on new evidence that we received pursuant to a review of such and such's testimony at trial number 2.
Exactly.
Exactly. Okay, folks. So now you have a little bit of background of exactly who Michael Easter is and a little bit more about what could happen about a federal investigation and all of the things. Now, if you're on this live stream, I do tend to take bits and pieces of a previous live stream and I like to put it as put forth so you guys can fully understand a little bit more. So if you were here last live stream, I went deep research into what happened in regards to the Canton Sallyport video footage. That was a heavily researched live stream. I went through 25 items plus. It's over 4 hours long. It's a lot. But there's a lot of good documentation of what was happening within Canton Police Department, Karen Reed's defense team, as well as the various filings going back and forth, specifically about Hank Brennan, special prosecutor, as well. And in there, I specifically mentioned when Hank Brennan came out and said on one of his diatribes, well, guess what? I spoke to the DOJ and the federal investigation is closed. And I went into the details of everything that was happening right before then and right after then. But you just heard Michael Easter say, do you know how easy it is to reopen something? It's a stroke of a pen. It's a click of a mouse. And if I were to say, this is Michael Easter, if I were to say that to tip off certain people, suspects, and I was that suspect or that witness, if you were smart, you should keep your mouth shut. I don't know. Now, the question is, for the individuals that were pulled in for this federal grand jury, have they listened to that advice? Well, this is where we get into Gretchen Voss's article. I hope you all are sitting down with some popcorn, maybe some dinner, maybe a coffee if it's morning for you all, because we're going to go off on some sidebars, and we're going to take a little journey down memory lane throughout all of this. Some of this you may not be familiar with. I am aware that I do have some county residents that watch that know of the case, know some bits and pieces. Maybe you know the viral testimonies in certain clips, but you probably don't know all of the things. So I want to give a little bit more insight as to what has happened behind the scenes and some things that aren't so widely publicly known. Of course, if you have been here since before trial 1, you've been following all of the things, you probably know where I'm going with some of this. But if you don't, just hang tight. All right, so just a little sidebar already. This took me forever to figure out how to pull up nicely. So I hope this pulls up nicely. Let me see if I can zoom in a little more for you guys. So I don't want to read the entire thing because, I don't want to quote unquote steal someone else's work or whatever. But I do think it's important that we go over some of the main highlights. And I did highlight quite a bit. So we are going to be going over quite a chunk of all of it. Let me see if I could do this a little more over for you guys. That's okay. We'll just scroll over because I'd rather keep it bigger for you guys than try to keep it a little bit smaller. Can I actually make this even bigger than I am? Hang on, let me play for a second. That's not that much better. And I just know Emily is like, you can make it bigger. And I'm like, I don't know how. Anyways. I don't know how. She's still a newbie. All right, folks. So this article by Gretchen Voss for Boston Magazine was published on July 22nd, 2026. The time that I am filming this on live stream, that was 2 days ago. And she titled it, Inside the Campaign That Acquitted Karen Read. So what we can right off the bat assume that Gretchen has some leads from inside the campaign. For me as a reader, if I didn't know anything about the case and I was just like subscribed or, watching, listening, reading Boston Magazine articles, I would be like, oh, she's got some tips from inside. Wow. It's a little misleading, folks. That's what you're expecting out of this article. It's a little misleading. And she starts it off with, for 3 years, the witnesses in the Karen Read murder trial were harassed at their jobs, their homes, their children's sports games. It wasn't random. It wasn't a movement of true believers. It was a coordinated campaign against them, and now they're fighting back. So now we know exactly what this article is going to be focusing around. It is quite literally a defense article for certain witnesses. Now, without getting into any more of that, without even scrolling down, well, who have we heard that has had things against them? Well, obviously we have heard interviews with people like Jen and Matt McCabe, Brian Albert, Nicole Albert, Chris Albert. Remember they did that one interview, was it Nightline, Dateline, one of them. We also heard from Michael Proctor and a little bit of his wife, Lizzie Proctor, and his sister, Courtney Proctor. Is that who we're talking about? Or are we talking about other witnesses like the plow driver, Lucky Loughran? Or are we talking about, oh God, wasn't there another thing with Karina Kolokithas? Are we talking about that? Or maybe another witness or some other things going on. Who do we think she is talking about? Okay, we'll scroll down. Let's get a little more clarity here. Oh, there it is. Oh, okay. Jennifer McCabe. Okay, friends. That's who this is about. Okay. Fine. She states, Jennifer McCabe spotted him from across the bleachers at her daughter's lacrosse game. Aidan Kearney, the blogger who goes by the name of Turtle Boy, arrived in a mask and then pulled it off. He wasn't hiding. He shoved his phone, the video rolling, into her face. Hey, Jen, are you worried about what's going to happen to your family when you go to jail? She looked straight ahead from under her baseball cap, trying to ignore him, trying to disappear as other parents gawked. Jen, did you think you could outsmart Karen Reed? Yes or no? I don't know if you guys have seen the video footage of said incident, but Gretchen is trying to make it seem like Aidan walked up to her, which he absolutely did. He absolutely did say those things. Obviously, it's on recording. But that Jen was acting like she was kind of like putting herself into a shell and that she was so nervous and so afraid. I would beg to differ as someone who saw that video footage, because I'm pretty sure Jen was laughing and she was smiling. And I'm pretty sure it was Matt McCabe that then got into Aidan's face. And then it was some other individuals, we'll call them Jen's friends, some other sports kids' parents that also got into Aidan's face. So I wouldn't necessarily say that Jen was afraid or hiding in any of the way. Because when you're afraid, you don't smile and giggle and laugh. Which leads me to another sidebar. There was one point in time where another content creator who goes by Microdots. Now, he was actually doing quite a bit of filming outside at this time. He actually was able to film a lot of what Aidan was doing behind the scenes. And he also was just doing some of the outside of the courthouse stuff. Now, in regards to timeline, this was before trial 1. So think of any of those pre-trial hearings. And there's a clip where he's actually filming Jen McCabe and some of her crew walking into the courthouse. He's not saying anything. He's literally just filming, just like any other news media personnel does. Fox 25, so Channel 5, Channel 4, all of the channels, whoever just puts up their camera and films. That's exactly what Microdots was doing. And if you're familiar with Dedham, you'll know there's a big staircase, and off to the side there is a handicap ramp. And as Jen is walking up, Microdots does not say anything. Jen pans over, looks right into the camera, and she goes, "Hi." Full name of Microdots. His legal name. Again, he's another one of the individuals who has not put out his name, who does not attach his work to his legal government name. That you may consider harassment. And for those of you who are watching and you're rolling your eyes, that is one of many examples of those of us who have not attached our full names to our content, who somehow, some way, individuals were able to figure out our information, have gone to our homes, our workplaces, have emailed our workplaces, and have, in a way, tried to threaten us. We know your name. We know where you live. That's one example. Now, if we're just thinking about the context of that, knowing this, did Gretchen Voss in this article attempt to contact any of us in regards to what we have been dealing with at the behest of people who are quite literally dubbed spokespeople for witnesses like the McCabes and Alberts? No. No. So as we continue on, just remember that. It's very interesting the way that this article was written, my friends. It's very interesting. Okay. So she briefly goes into the very basics of the case, which thank you for attaching John's photo. I always, always, always want to remember and speak about John's memory. That, frankly, is really the only thing that should matter here. And there's many of us who have not forgotten about John O'Keefe. It's why we're all still here. We're not here for anything else. We don't believe the Commonwealth's theory, and we don't believe it based off of the evidence, the court filings, and the two very public trials, which includes witness testimonies that, yes, have changed over time. It's all documented. And trust me, there will be a live stream dedicated to that. But not today, folks. We are specifically covering this article by Gretchen Voss. Okay. So like I said, she briefly goes into 1 or 2 paragraphs, if that, about the investigation of John. What exactly happened to him on January 29, 2022. She then states that Kearney, Aidan Kearney, Turtle Boy, was the first to report this alternative theory that obviously does not match up to the Commonwealth's theory. I'm sure we're all familiar about what Karen's original theory is, and hasn't really changed. That whoever was in the house in 34 Fairview Road on January 29, 2022 had something to do with John's death. Because if it didn't happen outside, if it wasn't Karen and he wasn't hit by a vehicle, what actually happened? Now, what I think is interesting is that she puts such a heavy focus on Aidan Kearney was the first to report this alternative theory, raising questions about what had, until then, been seen as an open and shut case, at least on the manslaughter charge. So Gretchen Voss is stating the public at large, up until Aidan Kearney reported, thought that this was an open and shut case. The issue with that is if you speak to anyone in town, in Canton, they're going to say, no, that's not what we thought. We've been questioning this from the get-go because it didn't make sense. It doesn't make sense for a couple that was happy and giggly and kissing and hugging to all of a sudden have this thing randomly happen where Karen allegedly gets so mad within a few minutes driving from the Waterfall Bar to 34 Fairview that she just guns it at 24 miles per hour in reverse at 74% throttle or whatever they like to say the data is. Doesn't make sense. Make it make sense. And for those in town who did rightfully question all of this, those in town who are familiar with the families involved and their connections to Canton Police Department, are they the ones that were getting harassed? Who was having issues in town prior to Aidan coming around? It certainly wasn't someone like Christopher Albert who was able to become elected as a select board member. It wasn't anyone who still had their careers. It's just things that make you go, huh? It doesn't make sense. And also, too, let's not forget that it was Channel 4 who originally reported that there was video footage of this And that may be the reason why some people saw it as an open and shut case. Well, if there's video footage of it, then there's no going around it. It is what it is. Channel 4, of course, who we know was in D&E Pizza, Chris Albert's pizza shop, speaking to Chris Albert, literally a day or two after this all went down. We only know that because of the communications that came out during trial 1. Nicole Albert, Brian Albert, Jen McCabe, Matt McCabe, where it was stated that Channel 4 was in D&E Pizza. And then the very next day, Channel 4 reported that there was video footage of this supposed accident. Timing of that has always made me question exactly what was going on here. For the public at large to possibly think that there was video footage because that's what the media was reporting, of course, those of us who don't live in town are going to be thinking, well, then that's what happened. It is what it is. Why would we not trust the police? I'm not even talking about the witness statements. I'm talking about the police. Why wouldn't we trust the police? Until, of course, trial 1 came and went, and no video footage of any accident ever came out. We did, however, learn that the individual that was supposed to be having this video footage, Tom Kelleher, retired Canton Police Department, longtime member of Canton PD, lives diagonal from 34 Fairview Road. His camera would have had a direct angle, not only of 34 Fairview, but where John O'Keefe was found, including all of the beginning stages of that. When Karen, Jen, and Kerry Roberts first pulled up, the ambulance, the police cars, all of that would have been caught on his camera. And we never saw any of that. But anyways, she goes on to state just a little blurb about Aidan Kearney's coverage, about how none of the witnesses have ever been charged with a crime, but the rage unleashed against them and it affected their lives. But they're not the only witnesses that have had their lives changed and upended. Individuals who have moved out of Canton because of the way that they have been treated. Those that have lost jobs, left their jobs. It's not just the witnesses in this case. This goes far above the individuals that Gretchen is going to highlight in this coverage. She goes on to state, what few people know, though, is the harassment of the witnesses. So she's saying all witnesses here, right, guys? And anyone who dared to question Reed's defense, including this reporter who has covered this case since its early days, was in fact orchestrated by Reed herself and at times coordinated with her defense team. So we right here are learning just from this one little blip. Anyone who dared to question Reed's defense, including this reporter, she is telling you right now the reason why she wrote this was because she feels that she has been attacked by all of this. Which now puts into context exactly what she says everything after this. So again, if you are thinking this is based off of all of the truth and all of the things, and she did all of her research, she reached out to so many people to see all of the sides, no. This was written because she feels she had been attacked. By whom? Reed and Karen Reed's defense team. So we can probably guess where this article is going to go. Equally troubling, it seems that Reed's legal team brought this case to the United States Attorney's Office for the District of Massachusetts. A federal inquiry into the handling of the police investigation into O'Keefe's death followed. This federal investigation, which departed from standard investigative practices in ways that legal experts have questioned, results in Karen Reid's defense team gaining access to evidence they may not have otherwise obtained, including lead state police investigator Michael Proctor's personal text messages. Going into that little blip a little bit, Reid's legal team brought their case to the U.S. Attorney's Office. What's the issue with that? No, really. No, really, what's the issue with that? Because here's the thing. Even if that's true, do we really think that the feds, DOJ, whoever, is going to investigate anything and then investigate so far where they actually have a federal grand jury just because a defendant reached out to them about their case? I can't even imagine how many people bring in tips and all of the things on a daily basis to the feds. But what is being alluded here? Because Karen Reid started this off, that means the entire investigation was biased. That's not the case. Because if there wasn't anything there, they wouldn't have investigated. Period. Period. Because if you believe for one moment that this investigation was because Karen Reid or whoever, her defense team, her family, whoever it was, reached out to the feds, let's flip that on the other coin. Can you also say that state investigators did the same thing? Because there were connections between those in 34 Fairview to Canton Police. Why was someone like Michael Proctor, who is a townie, who's very well connected to Canton Police and some of the players and witnesses that we have seen recently via public records requests and interviews and some things, if we are to believe that the feds only investigated because of Karen Reid's tip, then why was Michael Proctor put on the case? A townie in Canton, who, per the schedule that we also learned from public records requests, also was not on duty that morning, evening. This is what I always try to bring up is the hypocrisy. If you think Karen Reid's tip to the feds was the only reason why they investigated and the reason why, quote unquote, they harassed witnesses, then why also can you not wrap your brains around the fact that Michael Proctor, the Alberts, the McCabes, the protections that seems like happens there, and then the state investigation framed Karen Reid to protect these witnesses and put on a lead investigator who had connections to these witnesses? How can you say one thing is true and not the other? Are they even the same thing? Something to ponder over, my friends. She also, she doesn't quote legal experts here, by the way, those that have questioned the federal investigators. There's no quotes. So I don't know which legal experts she's speaking about. She just says it plainly, legal experts have questioned. So I don't know who is questioning or what. But getting into the Michael Proctor text message of it all, we all know that both parties, the Commonwealth and Karen Reid's defense team, both got the TUI documents, the federal drop that had like over however many pages it was, thousands of pages. Both sides got that documentation. So both sides could have used it as they wished. Obviously, whatever documents were handed over did not fare well for the Commonwealth. In particular, just as a little sidebar, if we're thinking about specifically when Carrie Roberts and Jen McCabe on January 30th, after leaving John O'Keefe's house, which they were there for 5 hours, and I know this because I have the 2 clips of Jen and Carrie and the kids coming into One Meadows Ave, as well as when they left One Meadows Ave. So they were there for about 5 hours. From there, they only know this from the feds, my friends. From there, they went to Jen McCabe's house for about 7 minutes. Then Jen's phone pinged in front of 34 Fairview. They were there for 4 minutes. If you remember this during trial, they tried to state that, they were driving by slowly. Definitely didn't stop. Definitely didn't talk to anyone. No one else got in the vehicle or no one followed us to the next house. No, 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 no. We just drove by slowly. After the 4 minutes at 34 Fairview Road, they then went to Michael Lank's house, Canton Police Department, where they were there for 45 minutes, where they state that there was no conversation with Lank. Nope. Lank's wife came out and we sat in the car for 45 minutes because Carrie's a talker and all the things. Because Carrie's daughter is friends with Lank's daughter and they wanted to do a hangout, yada, yada, all of the things. I don't know, friends. Then we also learned from public records requests that via the emails that this new documentation stressed out the Norfolk County DA's office. So they pulled in Jen McCabe as well as Brian Tully in to question her about said information. So again, a witness who wasn't upfront about where they went, then it was only found out from federal investigators, which, again, if Jen McCabe was being open, upfront, and honest and completely transparent, she would have stated that she went to Lank's house. She would have stated she went to 34 Fairview, but she didn't. She claimed she forgot. You don't forget that, but it's fine, I guess. Just magically not remembering anything. Gretchen Voss goes on to state, equally troubling. It seems that Reed's legal team brought their case to the U.S. Attorney's Office. Oh, no, we just went over that, didn't we? Yes. Okay. Next paragraph. The federal investigation ultimately went nowhere. You sure about that? You sure about that? You sure about that? Okay. That's her opinion. That's her opinion. But its mere existence lent legitimacy to Kearney's accusations, gave much of the public the impression that the witnesses might be the perpetrators of the crime, and quite possibly affected the outcome of the trial itself. So now what she's saying is that because the federal investigators were investigating, and because that became public, that now influenced the jury. Both juries that weren't supposed to be doing research. Remember, Judge Bev Canoni, every single time before the trials would start, before that day, did you do any outside research? Blah, 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 blah. No, they would all shake their heads. And then afterwards, please, reminder, do not do any outside research. So now Gretchen is stating that because the federal investigation was openly spoken about, that the jury also knew that. Okay. Meanwhile, instead of protecting witnesses to a crime, the feds left them hanging out to dry as the harassment, fueled by public knowledge of the federal investigation itself, continued to upend their lives. Instead of protecting witnesses to a crime. One could also say that charging someone with a crime they didn't do, and federal investigators are investigating that, you might be able to allude to the fact that possibly federal investigators were protecting another witness because they themselves were questioning the other witnesses of said crime. What a shock. The shock and the horror. We could also state Gretchen's witnesses that she is focusing on are not the only ones who have had their lives upended. I would ponder to think that Karen Reed losing both of her jobs at Fidelity and at Bentley University, as well as having to, I don't know, give up her cell phone, give up her vehicle, sell her home, may also be good examples of a life being upended. How about another witness who moved out of Canton because their life was upended? Right. Right. Now, a little over a year after Reed was acquitted of killing John O'Keefe, the witnesses who continue to suffer harassment are taking matters into their own hands. They have secured legal representation from famed Sandyhook lawyer Chris Maddie, who took down Alex Jones and won the largest defamation verdict in U.S. history, and are suing Reed and Kearney for defamation. I loved John. I loved his niece Kaylee, who called me at 4:53 that morning. McCabe says today. Jennifer McCabe. All I did was answer a call and try to help, and for that, my life has been destroyed. So again, this quote from Jen McCabe, what can we think? Okay, so Gretchen Voss did interview Jennifer McCabe. Okay. And she states that she loved John, which would be the proper way to say it, right? Because John has since passed away. We all know that. That's the reason why we're all here on this case. But it's interesting that she says, I loved his niece, Kaylee. John O'Keefe's niece is still very much alive. Very much. So she loved. I'm just going to ask, does she not love her anymore? I think that was a very interesting quote, which says a lot. It says a lot what may be happening potentially with John O'Keefe's niece and the McCabes. Of course, I could be reading too much into it. Who knows? It was just an interesting little tidbit. Also, too, the connection between Chris Maddie and then relating it to the Alex Jones case. I don't know if you guys are familiar with the Alex Jones case. Obviously, we know the tragedy of Sandyhook and the many children and teachers' lives that were taken because of someone going into this school and doing the action that he did. Now, Alex Jones, who was, I guess you could consider him like a right-wing podcaster. It's hard to try to comprehend exactly who Alex Jones was, but he went on and on and on and completely said all of the things about these children and the teachers that lost their lives in this elementary school, that they were actors, it was a false flag, that no one actually lost their lives. He said a lot of things. And he actually defaulted on that case. So what that means is, because of all the things Alex Jones and his defense attorney were doing and all the major mess ups that they did, that the case essentially, when it was brought down to trial and it was brought to a jury, they didn't have to deliberate on if they thought what Alex Jones stated was defamatory or not. Instead, what they had to do was award money. That's it. How much money do the victims, witnesses, their families, how much do they get? So the comparison to the two that Gretchen does between the families of Sandyhook to the McCabe and Albert families, and I'm assuming Proctor's family too, because she wrote about Michael Proctor's personal text messages, it's not the same. It's not the same in the least bit. At all. And in fact, through my research, I found that Chris Maddie actually defended someone who, this woman was protesting. And specifically, she was over an overpass on a highway, and she was protesting whatever she was, right? And police came, arrested her, did all the things. And Chris Maddie actually defended that. And won. I don't know. I just found that interesting. Things that make you go, huh? Briefly, she gets more into what she feels Aidan Kearney's connection was. It's really not that important. I don't want to read the entire thing. I've already been here. How long? I've already been here a hot minute. So again, if you want to read the whole thing, look at it yourself, research it yourself. I believe Melanie Little covered it in full, as well as Sam Bendigo too. So 2 live streams if you want it to be read to you. I know they did that this week as well. Okay. So here she states, Kearney was an unlikely person to take on this role, basically to like defend Karen Reed, research all of the things. Less than 2 weeks after O'Keefe's death, the prior year, he addressed the case on a YouTube live stream. And she quotes what Aidan stated. No doubt she killed him because obviously the taillight was out. But who the fuck intentionally kills someone by backing into them? He told his fans. He speculated that Reed was drunk and had driven into her boyfriend by accident. Now, here's the important piece out of that quote. Less than 2 weeks after O'Keefe's death. Just touched upon it, folks. What were we told as a public in the county? That there was video footage of said accident, and that it was just a tragic drunken accident, and that this is what actually occurred. Because at that point, she had only been charged with manslaughter. So, someone who was on their own YouTube live stream who thinks that she may have done it, quote unquote, obviously the taillight was out, maybe thinking, okay, maybe this occurred. But then he also states, but who the fuck intentionally kills someone by backing into them? He too was questioning that. Again, this is what we see over and over and over and over and over again. Over and over and over again. The same thing was attempted with text messages between Jen McCabe's best friend, Meg Kennedy, as well as another witness, Karina Kolokithas, who was at the Waterfall bar. The same attempt has happened over and over again, where they take snippets of messages or live streams, whatever, and they twist it into something that it's not. They reframe it. That is not what Aidan stated. And in the text messages between Jen's best friend, Meg, and Karina, that's also not what she was saying. That's 2 examples right there, right in front of our freaking eyes. It's crazy. Everyone was questioning it. Everyone was questioning it. Good Lord. Good Lord. Let me take a little moment to breathe. I now understand why Sam the other night was like, I need a freaking minute. Because it's a lot. It's a lot. Thank you, Gen X gal. That is the cutest puppy. And that angle of your pupper makes me want to boop his nose. I like how so many of you have dogs and you have it as your profile picture, because it's the cutest thing ever. I think Gen X is your puppy like a Rottweiler mix, because they have the brown eyebrows. I love dogs. Thank you, proud mom of 2 girls, for the silver star. Shine bright like a star. Jennifer Rayfield, thank you so much for becoming a YouTube member. Bianca B, let them cook. Let her cook. Thank you. Ms. Fit, thank you for the sunshine. We are letting it all out. Letting it all out. Meditating honey badger, that's so funny. Thank you for the silver star. Thank you. Backseat juror, hello friend. Makeup brush, yes, that's actually kind of perfect for this live stream, isn't it? Thank you, thank you. Kim Brown, thank you for becoming a member. And yes, if you guys want to hang out after this stream ends, I will be doing a members only live stream. So if you want to do that, please make sure you are a member so you can join in. Irish girl from Boston, hello. Thank you for the sunshine. I love your photo, of course, from a fellow Irish girl. Victor Mann, member for 1 month. Exciting month 1. Can't wait to see what's next. Oh, friend, we have a lot. And I also love your little doodle. Doodles have the best personalities. They are just big old goofballs. Love them, love them. Thank you so much for being here. Melissa sends a duckling. Quack, 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 quack. Rubber Ducky Gate. If you know, you know. Blondie Spice, thank you too for becoming a member. Oh my God, you guys are amazing. This is so incredible. Oh my God, and I see a bully. I got a bulldog, not an actual bully, a bulldog. Lindsay states, I heart dogs. Also, this is my boy Rebel and my pick. So cute. So cute. They're a fun breed too. They're a fun breed too. Okay. Thank you guys for letting me breathe for a second. So I do want to pull up. All right, we haven't gotten to that yet, and we also haven't gotten to that. Okay. I'm looking at my next tabs that are coming. All right. So, have we gotten to... There was something in particular that I wanted to cover. Hang on a second, chat. I just want to see. Okay. Because Gretchen brought up a sports game, I too want to bring up another one of the sports games of it all. In particular, a sporting event. Was it at Canton High? I'm not too sure if this happened at Canton High. I don't think it really matters because it's on recording. But in her article, Gretchen Voss goes into detail about a lacrosse game. It was a Canton High lacrosse game that Aidan went to. And he did that in an attempt to speak to Jen. Okay. That was literally why he went there. It's what he's doing. He's investigating. Which, like we said, it was obvious that Jen herself did an interview with Gretchen. But, like I said, Gretchen didn't seem to do her due diligence to speak to other people that have had similar instances, but on the flip side of it all. So not including Karen or Aidan, but including the witnesses that she's speaking about, specifically Jennifer McCabe. And in particular, this one video that I have, which a couple of you have probably seen before. If you follow me on Twitter, you already know where I'm going with this. But not all of you like Twitter, which I completely understand. In this video, there's another witness. His name is Tom Beatty. He is another Canton resident. He, too, is another witness in this case. He was never pulled up to trial or to testify on other trial. He was named, though, in the witness lists, so he could have been called. Who is Tom Beatty to the John O'Keefe investigation? Tom, of course, Canton resident, was friends with John. 1000% confirmed. Tom was friends with John. In particular, Tom, John, and a few of the other Canton guys would hang out often. And in fact, they would hang out at the local bars together. They would watch football games together. So Tom also lost a friend here. Was supposed to be meeting up with John that night, but I was told like that was one of the rare nights where like they somehow all ended up separated. Like they usually all get together as a group, but then for some reason that evening they were just all split up. Like it just didn't happen. They didn't get connected. But Tom is important to this case, not only because of his friendship with John O'Keefe, but because also Jen McCabe ended up calling Tom. Like, what was the number I said? Let me scroll. I think it was like 7 times in a 30-minute time span when they first originally were looking for John O'Keefe before they found him. So remember, they found him at like 6:04 a.m. when they were driving by 34 Fairview Road. Remember, Carrie Roberts was driving. Jen McCabe was in the passenger seat. Karen Reed was in the back. Before then, Jen was making all the phone calls. We obviously heard about the 4:58 a.m. phone call to Julie Albert. Julie Albert is Colin's mother. Julie Albert stated in her interview that this call was when she found out about John O'Keefe dying. Now, from what I've seen via research, that was not a phone call that was answered. So how Julie knew from a missed call that John O'Keefe was dying, I don't know. I don't know. That is all for you to try to figure out in your own brains. I don't know. But there was also another phone call that was spoken about during trial too at 5:07 a.m. Now that time frame is interesting because Jen had made a phone call to John O'Keefe's niece, and then either Karen called Jen or Jen called Karen, which tells us that at that point, Karen and John O'Keefe's niece were then separated. We also know that was the same time that Karen Reed was backing out of One Meadows, John O'Keefe's home. Remember, Karen's reversing, the two vehicles bump. She goes back reverses into John O'Keefe's Chevy Traverse. That whole argument, did it happen? Did it not happen? I don't see it. There are still people to this day that state that Karen Reed didn't hit John O'Keefe's vehicle. When it's literally on camera. You can literally see John O'Keefe's vehicle move back and forth. But at that same time, Jen McCabe is calling Nicole Albert. Nicole Albert was one of the homeowners of 34 Fairview Road. It was an answered phone call. And we also recently just learned through another public records request that in another interview where this journalist, Gretchen Voss, is interviewing Karen Reed, Karen says that the phone call she received after Jen made the call to Nicole, Karen says that Jen says, "Oh, I just talked to Nicole. John's not there." But in the trial, Jen was saying that that phone call didn't happen. And then she also said that she didn't answer. Trial 1, Nicole said she never spoke to Jen. Interesting timing. It's all interesting timing. Going back to the Tom Beatty of it all, don't worry, I got the video all lined up for you guys. Not only did Jen call during that early time frame before finding John O'Keefe, not only did she call Tom Beatty 7 times in 30 minutes, she also called Tom's daughter, Erin. Now, what's interesting about calling Erin Beatty was friends with Colin Albert. Very close friends. Like to the point where Erin had a picture of her and Colin as like her, like the contact photo on her phone. What's even more interesting about that phone call, obviously Erin did not pick up. It was like 5:30 in the morning or something like that. I also find it very inappropriate that a grown woman is calling how old was Erin? 16, 17? 16 at that time? A junior or senior in high school? I don't know. I think that's odd. But Colin actually had called Erin earlier at 12:33 a.m., which is very interesting given the time frame. 12:33 a.m. was 1 minute after John O'Keefe's cell phone had ceased to move at 34 Fairview Road. So 12:32 and some change. There's a long time span of John O'Keefe's cell phone not moving anymore. And it's just a coinky-dink that 1 minute later, Colin is calling one of his close friends, Erin Beatty. Now, there's been speculation over the interwebs that Colin was calling Erin for a ride home. No, we all know that doesn't make sense because Erin wasn't driving at that point. She did not have her driver's license. However, if we know anything about the mindset of teenagers, usually when something exciting or crazy or whatever happens, who do they want to talk to? Their friends. I don't know. Colin was supposed to be home at that time. There's also questions about when Colin went home. Anyways, I digress. It also needs to be remembered that Erin Beatty had an onslaught of harassment by some Canton housewives who allegedly are friends of Jennifer McCabe's, because Erin shared this screenshot of the missed call between her and Colin. And because she put that out there, she received harassment. And in fact, it was Canton housewives who came at her and told her to keep her mouth shut and to quite literally, I'm not going to say exactly what was said because it's disgusting to say that to a 16, 17-year-old, but to have her put male genitalia in her mouth to shut up. All because she said that she had a missed call from Colin Albert on January 29, 2022 at 12:33 a.m. But did Gretchen Voss interview Tom Beatty or his daughter? It doesn't say that. It doesn't say that anywhere. Nowhere in that article. These are important things that should be reported on. Because if you're going to say people are being harassed, you should probably get the full picture of everything that is going on. So let me pull up what happened to Tom Beatty at one of these sporting events. Again, it's one of the kids' games. Like I said, Tom had daughters in high school, same time as Jen McCabe and everyone else. So let me pull up that video for you guys and get myself out of the way. All right, friends.
Keep walking. Just keep walking. Nobody wants you. Let's go, Green!
Still got everybody around you, right?
Go be by yourself.
For how long?
Woo!
What was that? What did Jen say? Hang on, let me play it again for you guys.
Keep walking. Just keep walking. Nobody wants you. Let's go, Green!
Still got everybody around you, right?
Go be by yourself.
For how long?
Woo!
Nobody wants you here. I don't know, maybe Tom's daughter? Maybe Tom's daughter wants her dad at the game that she's playing at to watch? Nobody wants you here. Who? And then to follow that up with, go be by yourself, loser. What? Because Tom's not sitting with you, Jen? Or your friends? I don't get that. I truly, this is the behavior I don't understand. I really, truly don't understand that. Because to me, when I see things like that, it kind of makes me think of like, it's kind of like a bully in high school. But these are grown-ass women. It's giving Mean Girls and entitlement to think that to say no one wants you here or go be by yourself. Why does that even matter? I truly cannot wrap my head around. I can't. And for those of you who are wondering that haven't seen that video before, well, how did you get that? Because their spokespeople posted it and put it out there, thinking that this would make Tom Beatty look bad. If Tom Beatty was screaming back at her or doing things or sat in front of her or was doing things, then sure. But the only thing that shows to us is a clear-cut example of what people in town who don't believe the Commonwealth theory have gone through. And by the way, this was all happening before even Aidan Kearney reported anything. Because he started reporting what? April something, 2023. So all of this shit was happening even before Turtle came around. I really can't. I don't understand it. You all can fight with one another and not agree with whatever. Some of you think Karen Reed does it. Some of you think that Karen Reed didn't do it. Some believe that the whole conspiracy, federal investigators were working with Karen Reed. Then you've got the state witnesses were working with the state. I don't fucking know. All I know is this. For anyone to state, you aren't welcome here because you don't agree with us. Go be by yourself, loser. What? And like I said, Tom Beatty was also friends with John O'Keefe. He matters just as much as anyone else stating that they too were friends with John O'Keefe. When you hear witnesses like the McCabes and Alberts on interviews, in filings, in lawsuit complaints, states that they lost a friend. John O'Keefe was their friend. John O'Keefe was a social guy and had a lot of friends. And a big family. The Alberts and McCabes are not the only ones that lost a friend. And it's also not only the claim that the McCabes and Alberts suffered harassment, they are not the only people that have suffered harassment. There's been a lot. I think we also need to briefly touch upon something else that has happened. Outside of Tom Beatty, outside of his daughter Erin, was the example of what happened when public records came out about sidebar transcripts. And here's the deal. I wouldn't be talking about this so much. A, obviously, if this article hadn't come out, but B, if spokespeople for the McCabe's and Alberts haven't reframed and twisted things to make it look like other people are doing the harassing, when quite in fact, this is another example of another witness literally doing nothing. Doing nothing. This came out from a public records request. However, because it didn't make Jennifer McCabe look good in the best light because of what was claimed, that meant spokespeople for those families had to come out and do a whole ass live stream reframing exactly what went on here. So, let me pull this up. Bump myself out of the way again. The sidebar transcripts from trial 1. This was specifically in regards to when Karina Kolokithas had testified. Okay. So if you are unfamiliar with these sidebar transcripts, literally has nothing to do. Oh boy, where am I going? Where am I going? Damn StreamYard. They have nothing to do with when they come out. If like unless the witnesses is doing their actual own public records request. But in this case, this was from an attorney, Corey Hopkins, who had to threaten a lawsuit against the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office to get these sidebar transcripts. Now, what exactly is a sidebar? Because people are like, what the hell is that? For those of you who aren't familiar what a sidebar is, they're essentially, in like layman's terms, they're private conversations between the attorneys and the judge outside the presence of a jury. Okay? So the reason why we needed these sidebars is because obviously the cameras and the microphones were not on for any of this. And by the way, no, we still have not gotten the rest of the sidebars, which I am anxiously awaiting. I'm anxiously awaiting the rest of the sidebars. A whole lot of them missing from trial 2. Anywho, so during one of these sidebars, attorney Alan Jackson for Karen Reed raised an incident involving Jen and other witnesses and another witness, Karina Kolokithas, in which Alan Jackson states that he told Judge Kearney that he viewed Jen McCabe's conduct as a threat towards Karina. Let me read this to you. It's a little small. I'm sorry. I need to get better at cropping these and making them bigger for you guys or save them as a PDF, but I'll read it to you directly. So it states, court is in session. Defendant is present with counsel. Jury in. Sidebar commences at 2:14 p.m. Judge Kearney. All right. You can start again, please. Oh, this is trial 2. Oh, whoops. Mr. Brennan's trial 2. This is trial 2. Correction. Okay. The court. Judge Kearney. All right. You can start again, please. Mr. Brennan. Jennifer McCabe is our next witness. Judge Kearney. Okay. Mr. Brennan. She's here. During the lunch break, I received an email from the defense, and it outlines perhaps an accusation that at some point, unknown Ms. McCabe had been hostile or threatening to another witness who is a witness listed on our witness list. Judge Kearney, who is that witness? Mr. Jackson, Kolokithas. Mr. Brennan, Kolokithas from the Waterfall Bar. If I may, I'll give you a copy to the court. What was provided to me during the lunch break? The court, when did the defense receive this information? Mr. Jackson, today. The court, there's a date on it, so I'm not sure who the author is. Mr. Yannetti, it's attorney Matt Rickman. And Matt Rickman was Karina Kolokithas' attorney. So this came out, like I said, a public records request. This was not pushed out by anyone, not Karen Reed, not any of us. This was simply Corey Hawkins, who is an attorney, who wanted to know what was going on during these private sidebar conferences. Obviously, when someone who is a well-known witness like Jennifer McCabe, who became well-known because of her own conduct and her own testimony, BT dubs, by the way, when something like this comes out to the public, obviously the internet is going to go wild because now you have one witness in this sidebar, which is being alluded to not only by Alan Jackson, but Hank Brennan, because Hank Brennan literally uses the word threatening. Obviously, it's going to go kaboom on the internet and people are going to start talking a lot. And oh my God, did everyone talk about it? So then what happens after that? Well, friends, this is what happens. Obviously, this is one of the spokeswomen for the McCabes and Alberts. She's very publicly out there as supporting these individuals. Where she states, link to last night's show on @Forensic Room. If you don't know what Forensic Room is, it's another YouTube program that is hosted by the spokespeople and fans of the McCabes and Alberts. One of which, one of the women, is a friend of Jennifer McCabe's. That's all I gotta say about that. Where she goes on to state, breaking down the backstory of the Karina Kolokithas Jen McCabe sidebar. She was on to state, it wasn't a threat. It wasn't witness intimidation. And it all stemmed from Tom Beatty and his harassment of Jen McCabe and her family. Exclusive video of what Tom did that started it all. Do you see the twisting? Because I'm pretty sure the video that they put out of Tom Beatty at that game that I just showed you guys shows Jen McCabe being the one pushing and saying things like, no one wants you here. That was Jen. That wasn't Tom. So, of course, when something like this comes out, they're going to try to defend Jen. This is a tale as old as time. We have seen this time and time and time and time and time again. Okay? This was not the first time. This is one example of what has happened. So they did an entire live stream talking about Karina and this sidebar. And apparently what Jen McCabe thinks of what happened. I don't know, folks. I don't know. I truly don't know. I don't know how they haven't developed IBS with all the shit that they twist. Truly, I don't understand. I don't get it. I don't get it. Oh my God. Speaking of Jennifer McCabe, right now, if I click over onto my StreamYard, I am behind on 227 comments. The universe works in some funny, interesting ways, doesn't it? Oh God. Okay. Okay. Oh man. But essentially, they were going over these text messages and all of the things. Is this the Brian Tully thing? Oh yes. Oh yes. How could I forget? Briefly already went over this on my last live stream, but this is when they were going into the text messages between Karina and another one of Jen's friends, Meg Kennedy, who is another friend of Jen's and all of the things, that we have since learned that Meg Kennedy sent these to Brian Tully before trial 2. And it seems like they thought they were going to use these messages trying to impeach Karina, because Karina, just like Aidan at the beginning of all of this, questioned exactly what was going on. Again, I already went over this deeply. It's not what it seems like, what they wanted to reframe it to be. It's just not. It's just not. And actually, do you know who did a really great video on this? Was BrotherCounsel. Love our LawTube friends. Love, 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 love. Okay. So if you haven't subscribed to BrotherCounsel, please make sure you do so. I'm going to play a little clip of his coverage that he just did. When did he? I think he did this yesterday or the day before, about these Karina Kolokithas text messages and how bad they are. How terrible. Oh my God, she's so awful, isn't she? No, actually, she's not. No, actually, she's not. So let's share what Mr. Martin has to say about this. Of course, if you don't subscribe to BrotherCounsel, make sure you do. We love our LawTubers. Okay, where'd you go? There you are. All right, my friends. Make sure he's not on fast, because he's also a fast talker. Okay, here we go.
In the procession, it said, Karina says, did anyone go out to eat? I'm starving. To which Meg says, we are both home. Mike's eating Ritz crackers. And that's the end, believe it or not, of the text messages. So if you can all please put in the comments where you saw the contradiction between Karina's testimony and the text messages, I'd love to hear it, because I haven't seen any sort of contradiction at all. Again, Karina's testimony was that Karen Reed and John O'Keefe were great. They were lovey-dovey. They were hugging. He gave her a kiss on the forehead. Everything seemed to be great. And when they walked out, Jennifer McCabe said to her, you're coming with me. So where in these text messages did she contradict anything about that at all? So maybe that's why we didn't hear any sort of cross-examination on this issue, because any attorney worth anything would realize that this is actually not contradiction at all, which is why when you have people that just hate Karen Reed and want to find any sort of way to squeeze in something and try to find something, and they send this information to the police, even then, the police will look at it and the attorney will look at it and say, sorry, I got nothing here. I'm really sorry. Go back, keep plotting, and try to figure something else out. But that's what we saw from the Karina Kolokithas. So her
say anything else?
Her deposition is going to be coming up soon. And like we said, her deposition is very important for the wrongful death case. And we'll see if she actually takes the stand in one of the next trials that we're going to be seeing.
Well, exactly. This is coming from an attorney. Like, I can't. It just doesn't. You can't continually take things and reframe them into something that it's not. And that's exactly what we see all throughout this article by Gretchen Voss. Because essentially what they were trying to do, the spokeswoman for the McCabes and Alberts, was that they were trying to frame the text as proof that Karina couldn't be trusted. Obviously, when Meg sent these messages to Brian Tully in hopes that she would be impeached during trial 2 testimony, then Hank Brennan, special prosecutor, didn't even use the text messages. And essentially what they were trying to say that well, look, Karina is a flip-flopper, which even till this day, these women will say this. It's the exact verbiage that they've been saying all along, trying to make it look like that Karina is something that she's not. Like I said, time and time and time again, this is what happens, because instead they highlighted a pattern. Every time something negative comes out about one of the witnesses, specifically this time it was Jen, private messages somehow surface. Videos somehow surface, like the Tom Beatty sports game that they thought made Tom look a certain way, but it actually made Jen look another way. And then the facts are then twisted and they They make the person that they quote unquote think is being targeted, in this example, it would have been Jen, make it look like as if, like I said, Jen is the trustworthy one. It truly, this is exactly what happens over and over again. And frankly, keeping in tabs on all of this is quite exhausting. But I'm going to keep talking about it. I'm going to keep talking about it. But also, too, I think it's another good point to put in that Meg's husband at one point in time, no clue if they're still close friends, but was very close with Michael Proctor and is in his extraction of that 13-year cloud extraction. So yet again, it's another connection between Canton, the lead investigator, Michael Proctor, and the players, the witnesses. But like I said, did any of this go into any of Gretchen Voss's research? It wasn't in the article. She didn't mention it. And if she's not going to be objective and do the research that she's supposed to do as a journalist working for an actual entity. This is not someone that does investigative work and then has a podcast. This is someone that works for Boston Magazine. So is this more of an opinion piece, or is this supposed to be a fact piece? Or is it supposed to be a dedicated hit piece? These are all things that I want all of you to start thinking about when you start seeing mainstream media reporting on things. I have been really loud about this time and time again, over and over and over again. Back to the article. Where we left off. Down here. Okay. It's interesting that she then goes into the morning of Aidan Turtle Boy Kearney's first blog hit. It jolted the tight-knit Canton community, rippling through group chats and youth sports sidelines. The witnesses' phones started blowing up, their DMs filling with questions and accusations. In the face of online harassment, the witnesses rushed to shut down their social media accounts. It jolted the tight-knit Canton community. Is this only because all of the community thought there was no way any Albert or McCabe had anything to do with any of this? Or was it because it was already being questioned in town? Then the little blurb of the witnesses rushed to shut down their social media accounts. Why would they do that? Of course, if your name's being put out there and the filings are happening, of course it makes sense to privatize your information and your social media accounts. Like, as an example, your Facebook accounts. That makes sense. Frankly, you should have already done that. I don't know why anyone has anything open willy-nilly anymore. Obviously, we have seen from all of the sides what can happen. But we also need to remember, through another public records request we got this week, we got to see an investigation that was opened up by the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office in regards to Michael Proctor's relationship with his sister and how that correlated to other relationships, specifically Chris Albert and Julie Albert. We won't get into all those videos, but I do want to hand over just a small video of Chris Albert's testimony, or should I say interview, not testimony. He did not have an attorney present. Julie, his wife, already was in the day prior where they asked Julie to look at her phone and she said, oh, no. Julie had to go back 3 times to give up her phone and give clarification about her relationship, friendship, connection to Michael Proctor. So obviously Chris knew this was coming. Chris knew he was going to be asked, give us your phone. And he went on and on and on about how he knew he had one message with Proctor, but it was because Colin was being pulled in for an interview with Michael Proctor, which wasn't until when? It was like 2023 or something like that. Weird. It's very weird how Proctor held off on interviewing witnesses, specific witnesses. Kind of gives me the vibes that they were trying to limit the amount of people that they were interviewing. They didn't want to get like the full spectrum of all of the witnesses. They only wanted to speak to specific witnesses. Like, it kind of gives me the vibe that Colin was never supposed to be pulled into this, even though Colin was inside 34 Fairview Road. He was there. It's in all the complaint stuff. He was there. The questioning is when he was there. But it was very interesting how at one point after Chris states that, yes, of course, he knows he has one message with Proctor because he was waiting downstairs as Colin was being interviewed with Proctor. And like Proctor said, okay, he's all done. He's all set. And then like Chris says, okay. But then when they're looking at Chris's phone, guess what's not on his phone? That text message. You know, you have one text, well, two, right? One from Proctor, and then obviously Chris responded. But then when police investigators are looking for this information on your phone, it's no longer there. Friends, what does that make us think happened? Knowing his wife went in an interview the day before where she was asked to give up her phone. Now investigators the next day are looking at Chris's phone and this message is not there. I'm thinking Chris deleted these messages. That's the only way I can think of a message would no longer be on your phone. Or was it your butt? Did your butt delete all of your messages? Are butts doing the things all over again? For those of you who don't know what I'm alluding to, what I'm making light of, the calls between Brian Albert and Brian Higgins in the early hours of January 29, 2022, where they had phone calls back and forth. And they said like one butt dialed the other, and then the other butt got irritated or whatever. So that butt called the other butt, and then that butt answered, I don't know, man. Hungry butts. Maybe it was Chris's butt. Maybe Chris's ass deleted these messages. Maybe it was a fluke. Maybe Apple had a fluke one day and just deleted these messages. Anyways, this is what Chris was looking like when specifically he was asked about group messages with Proctor. Group. Oh no. Not a group, not group chats. No way Chris was not in any group chats with Michael Proctor. No.
If there's a group text exchange that includes Michael Proctor on it, then we'd be interested in that. Okay. Because that would include Michael Proctor. But we are not interested in Courtney or Elizabeth or anything else. But if in the instance where we find a group text message that includes him, then that obviously would be relevant. But in the absence of that, it would just be between you and Proctor.
But if for some reason there's a group text that's in here with other people and he's in there, then
we would be interested in that because we would view that as being relevant to establishing the nature of your relationship with Trooper Proctor.
Okay. I'm starting to just be a little bit uneasy about it, only because I don't want to get anyone in trouble or anything. If there was something...
I agree.
Yeah.
I mean, but I don't necessarily agree. I understand.
I can't. Why was he so... Why was he stressing out? Why? Any man that does this to his tie was literally I can't. That, why are you so nervous? Why? Investigators stated that they didn't care about Courtney or Julie. They only cared about Proctor. And if Proctor was in these group text messages, that's what they would want to see. He was stressed. I don't, anyone looking at that video, Mr. Christopher Albert was stressing the fuck out about these group text messages. Why? If nothing is wrong, nothing, why does it matter? Why? And also, too, later on in that interview, they were asking if they could search just for like the word Proctor, right? Michael Proctor. And then that really sent him more into a tizzy. Oh, no. What if, like, what if I'm like talking bad about the guy? What if I call him like a jerk or something? Like, no. That was his excuse. But just putting into context that he said he had a text message that then investigators couldn't find, which makes it look like he deleted messages, or at least that message or something. But then to top it off, he's stressing out because they're talking about group messages. But then furthering, he stresses out even more about the word Proctor being mentioned. Don't be suspicious. Don't be suspicious. Don't be suspicious. Don't be suspicious. Otto's making it rain. 5 Boozey Beauty memberships. Thank you, Otto. Thank you. Nancy states, oh my God, this is Kate. She is a Bernese mountain dog. I love Berners. Like Berners, the dogs. At one point in time, I briefly worked with dogs, and I always loved the breed Bernese Mountain Dogs. They are so cute, and they're so gentle, and they're so fluffy, but I don't have room for one. There will come a time of day where I have a farm full of goats and a donkey and lots of rescue dogs. And I hope one of my dogs is a Berner. They're so cute, Nancy. I love them so much. Thank you, Linda, for an Uncle Alert. Stay hydrated, Lady K says. Yes. A silver star from NH to Florida, New Hampshire to Florida. Thank you. Gammy Kathy, thank you so much for becoming a member. I hope you enjoy the funness of it all. Lindsay states, sorry, off topic, but did you know Judge Belazos graduated Canton High in 1983 with Jen McCabe's older sister and others? Something stinks. That's interesting. Why is everyone from Canton? That's interesting, Lindsay. Thank you. I'm going to pin that for a later date. Thank you, Pam, for becoming a member. Oh my God, all you guys need to hang out after stream because we're doing a members only stream. Thank you, Mama Tanya, for becoming a member. We're gonna have so much fun. We're gonna have a ball. Mackenzie Schmaltz. I like that last name, Mackenzie. Thank you for becoming a YouTube member. Pithy screen name. Not high school, middle school. All of these folks are stuck in that mindset. It's scary. In regards to the mindset of some of them. I agree. Patty, thank you for the gold coin. I appreciate you. Erin says, listen to what he says back. Then she says, I do. Oh, you mean for Jen and Tom. He says like still got everyone around you, right? And she's like, I do. Harbinger, they state, once you notice how rarely the House defendants mention John and how often they talk about themselves as victims, it's hard to stop noticing it. And also, too, take note of when John is mentioned. When they talk about John. In what context? Harbinger, you're right. Once you see the patterns, you'll never be able to unsee them. Thank you, Bianca. I got another dog. See what I mean? I have all the dog lovers. I love it. I think that's a Chihuahua. I think that baby's Chihuahua. So cute. So cute. Let me see. Thank you, Joy Bell. Thank you for the Sunday. Oh my God, are we dropping food in chat? Uh-oh. Don't be doing that to me. Ford dog lover with a corgi. Oh my God. Corgis are so fun with their cute little tails and the way that they shake their long bodies. I told you guys I love the dogs. I told you. Thank you for becoming a member, dog lover. NJ Nancy says, clock it. Thank you. Thank you. Tracy says, Unk alert. Thank you. Veronica with the gold coin. V became a member. Thank you so much. And Rage Knitter. I like that. A Rage Knitter. I wonder if you make like all the best sweaters when you're angry. I bet you do. I bet you do. Okay. Wait, did the cupcakes come? Are the cupcakes here? Hi, cupcakes. Welcome. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. This is friggin' amazing. You guys, we're getting into the thick of it. Into the thick of it. We've already gone over a lot. So if you want to catch up on 2x speed or just hang out currently, welcome in. We are still covering all of the things with this article, and I'm going a little deep. We went a little deep. All right, friends, back to the article where we just talked about the witnesses shutting down their social media accounts, how that's interesting given some of the interviews that we've just seen with these public records requests. Oh, very interesting. Oh my God, look at the cupcakes. And I am hungry, so I'm like seeing the cupcakes in chat. I'm like, I could go for a snack right about now. Oh, you guys are coming in at the perfect time because next up is Colin Albert. Oh, friends. Well. I know, don't we? Don't we? You guys are the best. You guys are seriously the best. Okay. Well. Earlier, I clipped a little bit of, for those of you who are just popping in, a bit of Lawyer You Know when he interviewed Karen's federal investigator, police corruption expert, Michael Easter, and how he said essentially like, if you're being tipped off that there's a federal investigation and just as an example, being pulled in for federal grand juries, I would suggest that you don't talk. You be quiet. You know, get rid of your phones, get rid of your computers, and start all over. Don't talk. Don't do the things. Well, that's obviously not what is happening here because not only did Jennifer McCabe sit for an interview, but so didn't Colin Albert. And you know what? I have been saying this for a long time. You can do whatever you want to do. I would never tell anyone to not talk. If you feel like you want to defend yourself, do all the interviews, do all the things, go be it. But sometimes it comes to a point where you really should, for the benefit of yourself, shut the fuck up. And I don't know why Colin did this. I don't know why. You already have enough people talking about you. But here we have Colin Albert, who seemingly sat for this interview. Make it a little bit bigger for you guys so it's not so small. I apologize. And Colin Albert is opening up about the federal grand jury that he sat for. And he confirms that Adam Deitch, who is now running for district attorney of Norfolk County, was the person to question him. Gretchen Voss writes, "Did you kill John O'Keefe?" Colin Albert says Adam Deitch, an assistant U.S. attorney, yelled at him. I don't know about the yelling. I question the yelling because Adam Deitch doesn't give off a yeller to me. Of course, I guess anyone's possible of doing anything. I question this also because there's been times when, even just based off of trial 1 or 2, where there's been claims that, Alan Jackson was yelling. David Yannetti was yelling. And that wasn't what happened. So again, this potentially may be another reframing of exactly what was happening during the questioning of Colin Albert. But obviously those are not videoed. We don't really know. If anything, there's only a transcript, which we don't have, obviously. So that's up to what you think of what may have happened. Colin says he responds, no. He replied, shocked. Tell us the truth. Gretchen Voss says what Adam Deitch says in response to Colin saying that he did not kill John O'Keefe. He goes on to write, she goes on to write, sorry. It was a suffocatingly hot day in late July 2023 when Colin was called to testify before the federal grand jury at the Moakley courthouse. Colin recalls 19 years old and recently finished with his freshman year at Bridgewater State, where he played football. He says he didn't understand why he was even there. Colin's lawyer was not allowed inside the small square room, which is normal for these proceedings, FYI. This is what happens, which Gretchen does not mention, by the way. So I do want to clear that up. It is normal for that to happen. Not allowed to have an attorney with you. Where rows of jurors faced him. Not one, as customary, but two federal attorneys questioned him. So she didn't clarify that his attorney was not allowed in the room, but she did clarify that it was normal that two federal investigators could question him. Again, an interesting little tidbit. Two of them were Adam Deitch, an assistant U.S. attorney who is now running for Norfolk County District Attorney, and Joshua Levy, the acting U.S. attorney for the District of Massachusetts, a role that doesn't typically question witnesses. Dustin Chow, another assistant U.S. attorney who was also present. So one can think if that Joshua Levy, via Gretchen's reporting, who doesn't normally do this, doesn't normally question witnesses, one would think that maybe this wasn't the normal federal investigation. Not because Karen Reed is the one, or they say is the one that did all the tips and then got them into this. But maybe because it's not normal for the investigation of what the police did locally at the state level. Whatever happened on January 29th and the days after, the weeks and months after, was not normal. And you needed all hands on deck for said investigation on the federal side. Perhaps maybe that's what happened. Perhaps. But I do want to go back up to this line of questioning here. Okay. Did you kill John O'Keefe? Chat, I have a question. I have a question for you guys. Whatever you're watching, be it a trial, be it, I don't know, maybe it's a syndicated television show that covers true crime or covers whatever fake crime. If you have an investigator saying, did you kill John O'Keefe? Why do you think an investigator would ask that? In my eyes, an investigator wouldn't just say that to a random ass witness. They would say that, though, to a suspect. There has been long time verbiage being spilt out by those that support the Alberts and McCabes. that Colin, quote unquote, handed over his phone to federal investigators and cleared him of any wrongdoing. I don't know if that's the truth. That is what has been stated over and over again in defense of Colin. I personally would like to see the evidence of that. Obviously, I would like to know if that's true or not. Because as a Norfolk County resident, I want to know what's actually going on all the sides, including the feds. But they always have reframed it that because Colin handed over his cell phone and he was cleared, that must mean he wasn't in the house when Karen and John pulled up. If that was the case, I have a hard time believing at a grand jury that a federal investigator is going to then, with their whole chest, per Colin Albert's own words in this interview written by Gretchen Voss, is then asked, did you kill John O'Keefe? Because if Colin wasn't there, then that wouldn't even be a relevant question. The reason why there's any plausible deniability if Colin was in the house or not at that time when John was there was because they never investigated that. Ever. Not once. And what they didn't pull, part of that evidence, was the geofence data. What's a geofence data, Booze? Well, essentially, if you picture like a cute invisible fence around the property, and they wanted to get those location coordinates and get whatever information they could from the cell phones that were on that property, even just to know at between, let's just say, 12:20 a.m. through 12:35 a.m., which cell phones were at that property. Well, Proctor only pulled for what, chat? Proctor only pulled for the Google phones, those that have Android devices. He did not pull for Apple iPhone users. What phone does Colin have? Well, we know that there is a screenshot between him and Allie, be it whatever you think of that screenshot, that it's real or not, but that's very clearly iPhone messages. We have another little clip of someone that also interviewed Michael Easter, another one of our favorite law tubers, Justice Served. We love them. I love them. Okay, let me pull up. Okay. Justice Served TV, a Bryant and Baden media company. La, 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 la. And specifically, Michael Easter was actually on there for a long time, over 2 hours for this interview. And this clip is specifically about Geofence. And gee golly, who's the one that asked about it? Oh, Microdot. Friend to the channel, Microdots. All right, I'm going to make sure I don't have this one fast either so you guys can hear, okay, what Mr. Easter says. All right, guys.
It was the day of the verdict, and we didn't know a verdict was coming in that day. She said, "Where's the geofence? Where are the geofence records? Why didn't they get the geofence records?" So Michael Proctor says, "What are the chances the feds have the geofence for 34 February?" So what I'd like you to do is tell people what a geofence is. Right. Do you know whether or not there was a preservation letter for any of this going to Google Cloud? And what are the chances the feds have the geofence?
I know the answers to these.
I don't know if whatever you can tell. We don't want you to reveal secrets you can't. No,
I don't have any secrets anymore. I don't work for anybody. Actually, I do have a lot of secrets, but let's address the geofence. I think it's important. The word geofence is really only consistent with Google reverse location history. So until recently, in around this time period of this case, a geofence would have been an effective tool. And to alleviate any surprise, they did. Trooper Proctor did do a geofence warrant. And he did a geofence warrant for Google, but he did the let me explain what a geofence is. So Google, typically through an Android device with a Google ID, and even some iPhones that are running Google platforms, they would have had to have given Google permission to collect location information. Historically, prior to this trial, a Google geofence was out of this world. And that's because the default for the Google application was for the user to already be opted in to provide location information. Now the user, the way the platform is designed is that it's not a default that you opted into location. Instead, now the user has to agree to give it. And if you ever had an Android device or something like that, it'll say, do you agree to give your location information to Google for diagnostics and all these kind of nonsense? Really, they're just tracking you to sell your information. But so what you could have done, and we still do this today, is a geofence. Think of it as a box or a rectangle. Is that you would identify for Google an area that you want to search, a geofence or an area, think of it. And I'm using my hands here somewhat hopefully to describe this, but you would put a box and you would identify the latitude, longitudes of the corners of the box, and you would make a map and show the Google. This is where I want you to identify whether or not a Google reverse location information was inside this box, right? The thing with the Google location history these days, and especially during this time, is that it's not as effective anymore at collecting users, because users have learned to opt out of letting Google collect their location information. Okay, and so we don't see that as much. So with that understanding, when you look at this box, I've used it. Typically, we use it a lot in cases where there's multiple locations. We want to find a common device across multiple locations, but this could be just as effective as a static. Trooper Proctor did write a geofence warrant to Google, and Google returned nothing from it. They had no devices registered within it. I think that's in part because of what I've just described, but I think it's also in part because Trooper Proctor had no training on how to actually create the box correctly. Yeah, he drew the box to only cover the edge of the road and 34 Fairview. So it only is going to collect people at the residence. Well, we already don't we know who's there?
Yeah, not the coming and going from a broader area.
I personally would have drawn a couple boxes. I would have drawn 34 Fairview like he did, because I want to see it. But I would have drawn a more rectangular box along Fairview Road to the intersections.
Yeah.
And I think one was Chapman. This is from memory, so I hope your viewers don't. Oh my God!
Cedar Crest was the one nearest to the property.
So I would have done that rectangle, and then I would have done another rectangle sideways at the intersections to see who was coming and going, and whether I can pick off people coming through. Okay. So I would have done more. I would have done it more for route detection. That personally,
that's different, right? That's different.
I would have done it that way. But what's interesting is most people don't know this, that the geofence is probably the. I'm not saying I wouldn't do it; I'd still do it, but it's not high on my list of immediate things to do. In fact, the first thing I would have done is an area search. An area search can be done by cellular providers. T-Mobile and AT&T do an area search where we put a latitude, longitude, and a circle, and we say any mobile device signaling within that circle. Now we're not relying on people using Google. It's a carrier-based thing, AT&T and T-Mobile. Verizon has something similar, but they call it an RTT, tower dump. So now I'm tower dumping Verizon towers that have signaling information, and I just look for all the signals that intersect the area I want, and I extract those out. This is what I used I don't know if I could say that.
No, I think, by the way, just I'll give it.
uh,
I think in the Koberger case
Right.
that they use that in Idaho. I think they use that whole tower dump.
Yeah, I
when
actually
it
was
came
part
to
of
the
that case.
intersections. Yeah, but
Yeah, I worked on that
why did
case when
why
I was
did I
in
figure
Bureau.
that out? Why do I figure that out? Okay.
So, isn't that interesting? Oh boy. That is what Geofence is. And then obviously they spoke about even more things that they could have done to get more accurate information from whatever cell tower, cell phones, whatever, to know exactly who was in the house and when. So if I pull back up this article where we have a federal investigator asking Colin Albert, per what Colin Albert said to Gretchen Voss, did you kill John O'Keefe? You don't ask that to someone that wasn't in the house when John O'Keefe would have been pulling up. You ask that to the people that were in the house when John O'Keefe was dying. So the only thing, me looking at this, looking at all of the trials, the testimonies, the filings, how people have moved in the civil cases, Colin's enlistment in the Army, the subpoena when Karen put him on notice for that deposition, which was February, by the way. And they like to use the media coverage as both a sword and shield in that, oh my God, Karen Reed is just using all these court filings to put whatever she wants out to the media. All of the sides do that, by the way. It's just a sidebar. They all do it. It's just the only one that's weaponizing it is anyone except Karen Reed. But also, too, if he was put notice in February, which that notice was not sent to Colin directly. That's not how that notice worked. However, it was highly publicized because the top 3 people were Sean Good, which, as we know, is from very familiar and comfortable with speaking with Michael Proctor in the same rhetoric, in the same verbiage, in the same supremacist things of it all. Very close. Sean Good, Canton PD, Proctor were buddies. He was top 3 of that list, as was Kevin Albert, another Canton Police Department member, detective. Remember, Paul Gallagher said that was Canton Police's best detective. Brother of Brian Albert, brother of Chris Albert, Colin's father. Kevin Albert is Colin's uncle. But also, Courtney Proctor, Courtney Elberg, was top 3 on that list. Colin was also about halfway down on that notice. Like I said, there was plenty of articles and news streams and YouTube live streams and TikToks and tweets about that list. So if you're going to say that everything's being published in the media, that too was published in the media. So Colin would have known in February of this year that he was going to be pulled in for a deposition by Karen Reed in the O'Keefe versus Karen Reed and Canton Bars lawsuit. He wasn't subpoenaed until about mid-April, where it was then when Karen's team was asking for all of the communications, all of the things, right, chat? This just happened. We're very familiar with this. And then randomly, his team tells Karen's team, oh, he's only available for like 2 days coming up. You have a week and only 2 specific days. And then he's gone. He's enlisted in the Army. He's gone. I'm telling you, the timing around all of this is very suspicious in the way that, at least at minimum, Colin has moved. Specifically since when Karen subpoenaed him. Like I said, in my opinion, you don't ask if someone killed someone unless you suspect they may have been involved in some way, somehow. And like we just heard from Michael Easter, there's multiple avenues that federal investigators can pull data to prove if someone is there or not. So that includes Colin being in the house when John O'Keefe arrived. Or it includes John O'Keefe already being there and Colin potentially arriving after John was already there. It's not a stretch to think that, nor is that considered defamation when you look at everything in its entirety. Everything. Anywho, I think that was the last of the Colin Albert. Is there anything else I need to put a pin in? Oh, of course there's more, because I'm a thorough kitten over here. Sorry, chat. Let me pull up another thing for you guys just to make sure we all fully comprehend everything that's going on, because this is like the case that never ends. This is the screenshot that... Can I make this bigger? Maybe? She's a noob. Hang on. Chat, you're very patient. That's not going to work. Anyways, so this is a graphic I made when I did a little coverage regarding the whole Jen McCabe, the phone call to Julie Albert, the phone call to Aaron Beatty, as well as the screenshot with Colin and him calling Aaron Beatty at 12:33 a.m. I will forever and always question, until we get some sort of answer, why Colin called Aaron Beatty at 12:33 a.m. over what we don't know is a missed call, which was, like I said before, 1 minute or less, depending on the seconds. I guess it depends on what seconds that Colin called Aaron. If it was like 12:33 and 59 seconds, or if it was 12:33 and 2 seconds. But it was roughly 1 minute after John O'Keefe's cell phone ceased to move for hours ever on 34 Fairview Road. The timing is odd. The timing is suspicious. It's always been weird to me. Always. And I still don't comprehend. And then while later, Jennifer McCabe would then call Aaron Beatty. Is it a stretch to ask, potentially, if Colin was there when John O'Keefe's phone stopped moving, and Jen knew this because Jen was there, why then Jen would call Aaron? Because why call the daughter of Tom Beatty randomly at like, what was that time? 5:30 in the morning. Some may say because she was desperate to find her friend, and Karen was freaking out because John didn't come home. I don't find it appropriate for a grown woman to be calling a 16, 17-year-old girl at 5:30 a.m. Why even call Aaron? It's not like Aaron hangs out with John O'Keefe. Aaron hangs out with Colin. At least at that time they did. Was Jen calling because, as what she alleges and testified to, was Jen calling because she was hoping Tom knew where John was? Because, like I said earlier, John and Tom would hang out often, as well as a couple other Kenton dads. They would be together all the time. Is that why Jen was calling? Or was Jen calling because she knows Colin called Aaron earlier? These are all questions that we're going to have to figure out at some point, somehow, maybe through the civil cases. Who knows? And the reason why you can rightfully question when Colin was there, not only because of what he says Adam Deitch asked him, did you kill John O'Keefe? But because his story doesn't line up for when he went home. I want to thank whoever made this graphic, because I don't know. This was saved in my phone for a long time. So I did not make this. Do not give me credit. I am not my thing. But it states, via this graphic. Colin Albert was inside 34 Fairview when the guy, John, was there. Number 1, Colin claims he left 34 Fairview at 12:10 a.m., picked up by Allie McCabe. They use a screenshot of Colin and Allie's conversation, not an actual phone extraction of their text to verify their alibi. Number 2, the drive from 34 Fairview to Maple Street, which is where Collins lives, is a 5-minute drive. Again, we'll say 5-ish, depends on the weather, the lights you hit, etc. It also depends which route you take. So this individual put the route that put him taking a left-hand turn instead of a right-hand turn when they're leaving Fairview Road. So it just depends. It's roughly 5 minutes depending on the route you take. That means Colin would have arrived back home at 12:15 a.m. Number 3, however, Chris and Julie, Colin's parents, have testified that Colin arrived home 15 minutes after Chris Albert got home. Again, it depends. It's either 10 minutes after, 15 minutes after, 20 minutes after. It just depends on which testimony you're listening to, Colin, Julie, or Chris. Chris Albert left the Waterfall Bar at 12:14 a.m., proven via what? The actual footage from the waterfall. Number 4, Chris Albert walked home to Maple Street, which is an 8-minute walk. But Chris said he only took 5 minutes to get home that night. Again, it depends on how fast you're walking, okay? This means Chris Albert would have arrived home at the earliest 12:20 a.m. Number 5, if Chris Albert got home at 12:20 a.m.-ish, and Colin Albert got home 15 minutes after Chris Albert, that means Colin Albert would have arrived home at 12:35 a.m., not at 12:15 a.m., which is when Colin Albert should have arrived home if he left 34 Fairview at 12:10 a.m. The thing is, this is what this person says. Colin Albert did not leave 34 Fairview at 12:10. Because it doesn't make sense. And as someone who did that route, quite literally, chat, for those of you who have not been here for some time, quite literally, me and a few friends, at the time friends, did this testing. And the different routes that I drove, it did not matter which route that I drove. It did not matter that I hit every goddamn red light. God love you, Canton residents. Those damn lights, especially when you get to the center of town, they're terrible. It was also on a Sunday, so I got behind Sunday drivers, so I couldn't even go the speed limit. And as we know from the Life 360 data, Allie was going kind of fast, just a little speedy, which is fine. Do your thing. That's not why we're here. But every route that I took, every single time, I got home. I got to Maple Street within 4 to 6 minutes. Every single time. Every time. And another little tidbit for those of you who haven't visited 34 Fairview Road, they are in their own kind of like lack of service area over there, which we heard testified to. But what Ian Whiffen didn't describe is I'm on Verizon. At that time, I was on Verizon when I was doing this testing. And when I was waiting to start like the timing of me driving from 34 Fairview back to Maple Street, I kept losing service literally right in front of the driveway every single time. And every single time that there's been other testing, or if I've driven by, if I've done other doohickeys in town and I've gone by 34 Fairview, every single time I stop in front of that house, I lose service right in front of the driveway. And then when you pull a little further away, It's like, say, towards the flagpole, you get service again. So if you're wondering how, well, John O'Keefe did the stairs and John O'Keefe did that. Also, it was shitty weather that day, which also could affect what was going on with the phone. Is it possible when John O'Keefe stepped out of Karen Reed's SUV and was walking up to the house, he also lost service? And some funky things happened there with his cell phone. I guess it's possible, but again, that was never investigated. So how are we supposed to know? And if I am losing service in 2025, I mean, technology only gets better with age, with time. 2022, we could reasonably assume that there was also a lack of service on that driveway at the same time. Back to the article. All right, guys. Oh, you know what? Let me say thank you to a few friends. I got lots of cupcakes and friends in here, so I want to say thank you. Thank you, Melanie, for being so kind. That was so nice for you to do that. I appreciate you. Seriously. Thank you. Okay. Thank you to Shannon with the sunshine. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And the gold coin by Caroline. Thank you. And thank you to Kimberly for the high five. Thank you. Gold coin. You guys are making it rain with the coins. Party hat, because it's party time. Party, party, party. Oh, hey, it's Allie. Silver Star. Oh, by the way, who sent the party hat? Kimberly. Thank you, Kimberly. And oh, hey, it's Allie for the Silver Star. Thank you. Pam, thank you for becoming a member. If you guys are just popping in, we are doing a members live stream after this. So make sure you hang on and hang on for the ride afterwards. Boozey after dark. Thank you, KS Granny, for becoming a member. Thank you, Customize, for the gold coin. Oh my God, my new favorite duck. I told you. Member for 1 month, Harper's Nana. Thank you for being here. The duck is the best one. I love my pink duck. It's the cutest thing ever. Nanny Cam, thank you. Gold coin. Oh my God, the cutest little dog. Oh my God, I swear, I love the dog pictures so much. Boston Bia, thank you, friend. Sent me a flower. Thank you, thank you. Love you. Customize again with a gold coin. Laura, what are you saying? I have always thought he was there for the first hit. Punch. Possible. I don't know why a federal investigator would ask anything other than Colin's phone or whatever pinged at the house when John was there. Be it when John was walking up or be it John was already there and Colin showed up. I don't know. Obviously, the federal investigators have found more than the state police did. State police didn't even want to interview Colin. I don't know, Laura. I don't know. Boston Brandy, my friend. Hello, hello, Uncle Art. Love you, love you, love you. And Ghost 13, they've becoming a member. Oh boy. Okay. Thank you guys for being patient. You guys are the best. Oh, little cupcake. Melanie's moderator. Hello. Thank you for being here. Okay. Back to the article, my friends. I got a lot more to talk about. All right, let me see if I can make this a little less winded. She's a talker. I'm a talker. Oh no, not the Morrissey of it all. Oh God. Okay. I'm very happy Michael Morrissey is retiring. Not so happy that there hasn't been any charges, but I guess that's a to be determined. Norfolk County District Attorney Michael Morrissey has called the federal intervention in his office murder case unprecedented. He is not the only one. According to a former assistant U.S. attorney who worked in the office's public corruption unit, it is rare for the federal government to open a parallel investigation into an active state homicide case, and rarer still for a murder defendant's attorneys to bring the case to them. Do you see how she keeps coming back to this aspect about like what an issue it is that Karen or her family or her team brought this to light. Really? Is this really an issue? Is this seriously an issue? Because, oh my God, take your time. Thank you. Do they say the same things about Sandra Birchmore's case? Because wasn't it the Sandra Birchmore case and they were already looking into the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office that kind of nudged them in that direction? Is that not what also was happening here? Because just a spoiler, everyone, there is no mention of Sandra Birchmore anywhere in this article at all whatsoever. But you're going to quote Michael Morrissey? This actually may be a good time to remind the live chat of everything that District Attorney Michael Morrissey had to say. You guys want to go back to that? Because like I said, I do have locals that watch that aren't super familiar with everything that went down with the cases. Not everyone knows what District Attorney Michael Morrissey has said previously. So, District Attorney Michael Morrissey put out a statement. When was this? 2 years ago. No, wasn't it August 2023? Yes, August 25th, 2023. And he said all of the things to, I guess you could say, protect the witnesses, I guess. He has a lot of pauses, so I'm going to make it, I put 1.25 speed. All right. It's a 5-minute and 44-minute statement about his reasoning, his thinking of why no one should question Michael Proctor, the lead investigator, the other Massachusetts State Police investigators, as well as to not question specific witnesses. Specific witnesses, not all of the witnesses. Let's go.
This will be the first statement of its kind in my dozen years as Norfolk District Attorney. The harassment of witnesses in the murder prosecution of Karen Reed is absolutely baseless. It should be an outrage to any decent person, and it needs to stop. Innuendo is not evidence. False narratives are not evidence. However, what evidence does show is that John O'Keefe never entered the home at 34 Fairview Road in Canton the night he died. Location data from his phone, recovered from the lawn beneath his body when he was transported to the hospital, shows that this phone did not enter that home. 11 people have given statements that they did not see John O'Keefe enter the home at 34 Fairview that night. 0 people have said that they saw him enter the home. 0. No one. Some have, without any evidence, pointed to 18-year-old Colin Albert, a nephew of the homeowner, and accused him of attacking John O'Keefe as he entered the home. But phone evidence shows O'Keefe never entered the home at all. Testimony from witnesses tell us that 18-year-old Colin Albert had left his uncle's home before John O'Keefe and Karen Reed had arrived outside the residence. There was no fight inside that home. John O'Keefe did not enter the home. Colin Albert, the young man being vilified, was not present when Reed's vehicle and John O'Keefe arrived on the street. This is a false narrative. Colin Albert didn't commit murder. Jennifer McCabe, Matthew McCabe, and Brian Albert. These people were not part of a conspiracy and certainly did not commit murder or any crime that night. They have been forthcoming with authority, providing statements, and have not engaged in any cover-up. They are not suspects in any crime. They are merely witnesses in the case. To have them accused of murder is outrageous. To have them harassed and intimidated based on false narratives and accusations is wrong. They are witnesses doing what our justice system asks of them. The autopsy of John O'Keefe was conducted by a forensic pathologist from the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner. The doctor found that the injuries that left John helpless in the cold were not a result of a fight. She further found that the line of abrasions on his arm was consistent with blunt trauma, not an animal attack. A grand jury of everyday citizens heard the documented evidence and testimony before making a decision. The subject of that murder indictment enjoys the constitutional presumption of innocence. Why should the witnesses who have committed no crime be afforded less by members of the community? They should not be harassed for telling the government what they heard or saw. I'm asking the Canton community and everyone who feels invested in this case to hear all the actual evidence at trial before assigning guilt to people who have done nothing wrong. And certainly before taking it upon yourself to harass citizens who evidence shows have done nothing in this matter but come forward and bear witness. We try people in the court and not on the internet for a reason. The internet has no rules of evidence. The internet has no punishment for perjury. And the internet does not know all the facts. Conspiracy theories are not evidence. The idea that multiple police department, EMTs, fire personnel, the medical examiner, and prosecuting agencies are joined in or taken in by a vast conspiracy should be seen for what it is, completely contrary to the evidence and a desperate attempt to reassign guilt. Michael Proctor, the state police trooper, being accused of planting evidence outside 34 Fairview Road, was never at Fairview Road on the day of the incident. Proctor and his state police partner traveled together the entire day while other officers were processing 34 Fairview. Trooper Proctor was not there and did not plant evidence at 34 Fairview Road. In addition to having no opportunity to plant the evidence, as has been suggested, Proctor would have no motive to do so. Trooper Proctor had no close personal relationship with any of the parties involved in the investigation and had no conflict. And he had no reason to step out of this investigation. Every suggestion to the contrary is a lie. This should be seen for what it is and not used as a pretext to attack and harass others. What is happening to the witnesses, some with no actual involvement in the case, is wrong. It is contrary to the American values of fairness and the constitutional value of a fair trial. It needs to stop now. I am releasing this recorded statement rather than holding a news conference because my remarks need to be so narrowly tailored to the issue at hand while the prosecution is pending in Superior Court. But the message is the same. What is happening to these innocent people, these witnesses, is wrong and it needs to stop.
Sure, Jan. Sure, Jan. Okay. People have asked me over and over again, you know, how do you feel that your district attorney did that? Well, I would guess to say not good. You're basically telling your jury pool, this is what happened. August 2023 was before trial 1. We hadn't even seen if there was video footage or not yet. We were told time and time again that there was video footage of this alleged accident of Karen running into John with her vehicle, and it was never shown. I couldn't tell you just how mad I was watching this. Having spoken to people that have had their own interactions with witnesses, and I still, as I was watching the trial before the Commonwealth's side had wrapped up, I specifically remember watching all of the police officers and thinking, okay, but they still have the video. They have that video footage. They've got that accident. They have it. They have it. And I remember thinking, that's weird, but they still have the video. Oh, that person is clearly not being honest, but they still have the video. And I waited until the Commonwealth's case, their portion of it was wrapped up before Karen put on her own witnesses. And I remember when that wrapped up, and I remember thinking, if you have little ones, you can close their ears for a second. Where the fuck is the video? Where the fuck is the video? I've been following this literally since like the day after John died. And we were all told there's this video. And there's no fucking video. You fucking swindle us all. And Morrissey had a huge hand in that with that statement. With that fucking statement. That shit pissed me off till no end. Not because of anything else, but because it started to, what seemed to me in my eyes, look like there was more going on here than anything else. So it wasn't Aidan's reporting. It wasn't whatever federal investigation. It was my local government and my local cops that pissed me off, that made me start looking into this. Period. Wasn't anything else. So for my locals who have never seen that, hindsight is 2020. Now, knowing what we know about Proctor, the obvious and no longer speculative connections. And then it starts to make you re-question everything. Why didn't you pull in Colin for an interview? Why did you wait all of these months? Sarah Levinson, the Nagels, Ricky, all of them. Why didn't you investigate them early on? Not even just investigate, just straight up interview. Why didn't you want to talk to these people? And then Morrissey, the district attorney, who was the head honcho of all these people, is now coming out before a trial to say, you guys are wrong and it needs to stop. Why? Why can't we question what's going on here? Sorry, chat. I got you a little fired up. For those of you who are watching on replay crew, I always mess up. Replay crew. Okay, back to the article. Like I said, I'm not covering the full thing. I just kind of highlighted some things for us to focus on. Everyone in chat's like, stop. It needs to stop. Okay. All right. Gretchen Voss states, public corruption cases are notoriously hard to bring. The former assistant U.S. attorney told me, especially in blue Massachusetts, where there aren't two political parties investigating one another. That's the point. See, that's what I mean. You walked right into the point. She goes on to state, prosecutors are desperate for and rely on tips, he says, and take them from wherever they can. Be it, she shouts out the team, be it the Boston Globe Spotlight team or Aidan Turtleboy Kearney, anonymous whistleblowers, or even a murder defendant. For her part, Reed claimed in her communications with Kearney and others to have a direct line to the U.S. Attorney's Office. She's framing it as if Karen Reed could just like text up. Let me just give you a quick text to Adam Deitch. But what she's also sidestepping and not wanting to go a little bit deeper into how federal investigators get tips and whatnot. How do you think the feds started investigating Sandra Birchmore? Oh, you mean it was a friend of Sandra who was questioning this that reached out to the feds? None of that is talked about in here. Because wouldn't you think, I mentioned this briefly earlier, if there was nothing there, do you think any of them would waste their time? Perhaps open up investigation, find a bunch of nothing, not spend the time and resources for a grand jury, and just move along. Because I'm pretty sure with the whistleblower of Sandra Birchmore's case, that went somewhere, no? Again, the selective reporting. She goes on to her theory of what happened between Karen's family, friends, whoever reached out in regards to the investigation of John O'Keefe's murder. She states, none of this fully explains how Reed's defense team got their case before the U.S. Attorney's Office. Could have been that they were already looking at the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office. They've already been looking at the office. In particular, if you want to go back to the crime lab scandal, Norfolk County was heavily involved with that. It's almost like Norfolk County has been a disaster and has had major issues, if you want to call it corruption or corrupted, for decades. It's almost like things have been weird for a while. She goes on to state, but why the office took it up may be less mysterious. The former assistant U.S. attorney told me that the opportunity to potentially expose a major cover-up involving the state police, Canton PD, and the DA's office would have been, in his words, right in the wheelhouse. It's what they always do. This is what they do. Of any U.S. attorney's office, and career defining for whoever led it. That was Joshua Levy, then the then acting U.S. attorney after Rachel Rowland's forced resignation. Levy did not respond to requests for comment. Do you see how she makes it clear when she reaches out for comment and when they don't respond? She didn't do that for other witnesses in this case that dealt with harassment from certain family members. However, it all went down in September of 2022, according to a statement from Jackson in court, the feds subpoenaed the defense's entire case file. Morrissey says his office reached out to Levy multiple times, offering to share the state's evidence from their investigation. Levy turned them down. Yes, because you want to know why? When the defense hands over their case file, that includes all of the discovery that the DA's office would have handed over to Karen's team. They would have already had it from Karen's team. Just like the Commonwealth, as well as Karen's team, got the TUI materials from the feds. That's how it works, folks. Do you think the DA's office was trying to get things from Karen in regards to the feds? No, because they had it all. They had her cell phones. My dog with this cone is standing right next to me. Hi. Instead, Joshua Levy called the witnesses before a grand jury. When you have the leverages that the feds have, sometimes you want to put pressure on. You drag people into the grand jury. That kind of stirs the pot, gets people talking, says the former assistant U.S. attorney, adding that if he caught wind of the alleged vast conspiracy, he too would have pulled a few strings to see where they led. Right. So she, hold on. So she's saying, she's alluding to the fact that Colin Albert and whoever else was pulled in for this federal grand jury was only pulled in to get people talking. What? That is such a hurdle. You mean you want the federal government spending resources, time, and effort on something that they don't actually care about, that they're just doing to stir up public comment? That quite literally doesn't make sense. That quite literally makes no sense. I'm like, I'm flabbergasted. Oh boy. Brian, homeowner of 34 Fairview Road. According to this, he also got pulled in for his own federal grand jury testimony. And apparently Gretchen Voss also may have interviewed Brian Albert. I forgot to mention the fact Colin Albert's testimony, I should say, Colin Albert's interview with Gretchen Voss. I question the timing of that, given how in the O'Keefe versus Karen Reed and Canton Bars lawsuit, how on multiple occasions attorney Tuxbury for Colin, as well as attorney Maddie, put on record in front of Judge Gilday stating that they had such limited time to speak to him because he did enlist in the Army. I question when Gretchen Voss interviewed him. Because if he was unavailable for a deposition, he was very limited on the days he could be deposed, obviously didn't want to hand over documentation, was trying to narrow it down and having that fight back and forth. When did Gretchen interview him? And a further question, if Judge Gilday has already put the attorneys on notice to stop playing with the media, I wonder how Judge Gilday is going to feel about this. And I wonder if we're going to see any motion practices, be it from Karen's side or the bars, about this article, and maybe asking for some clarification in when this interview was. I just don't foresee this article being good for them in that case particularly. Like that one instance, given how Judge Gilday feels about the media, I just don't see this faring well for them. Anyways, Brian Albert. Gretchen Voss reports where that led Brian Albert believes, because remember, she just stated that the whole pulling them in for a federal grand jury testimony was to play with the public eye or something like that. She states Brian Albert believes was to the witnesses being treated as suspects. I already touched upon that, but you don't ask someone if they killed someone if they don't think you may have been around for said murder. And I would think that federal investigators would have done their proper due diligence to look into the technology side of it all to see who was where and when. Brian Albert, oh, here she goes. This is when she's going to fluff up who Brian Albert is. It's a very common tactic when it comes to news articles that are very hit PC and one-sided. Albert, who was a sergeant, detective, and commander of the Boston Police Department's fugitive unit, who helped catch the Craigslist killer, and who earned honors for bravery and valor. I think we have learned through all of this that it does not matter what your title is, what your career is, what you've done in the past, how good of a person on paper you may have looked, that everyone messes up. Everyone does stupid crap. And the fact that this all occurred at Brian Albert's property, I find it interesting that she said all of the good things about Brian Albert before she then goes to quote him, where she states that Brian Albert states regarding his federal grand jury testimony and what he experienced in Moakley Courthouse, it was very aggressive, and she italicized very. I was not in there as a witness. I was in there as a suspect. That was the first time that anybody of any importance was insinuating that. Brian Albert just confirmed to Gretchen Voss in this article that he was a suspect. Yeah. I wonder why federal investigators, if this is true, why they would think Brian Albert was a suspect. Well, we already know that Brian Albert admitted that he was home during this time frame when John O'Keefe would have arrived, when John O'Keefe would have entered the home, or been on the property, went into the backyard, whatever you all think. Maybe the theory when John O'Keefe was leaving the party and bumped his head. Or maybe when John O'Keefe was leaving the party and got hit by a plow. Whatever theory you think. Brian Albert thinks that the feds think he was a suspect in John O'Keefe's death. Yeah, exactly. Just as with his nephew Colin, Brian says the U.S. Attorney's Office appeared to take much of their information from Reed's defense team via Kearney's blogs and social media posts. Brian says he was tag teamed by 3 federal prosecutors, Levy, Deitch, and Chow. Brian says, I do not rile easily, and I was freaking distraught. Why would Brian Albert, if he didn't do anything, would be riled about being questioned about what happened on January 28th into January 29th, and then the subsequent days and weeks and months afterwards about the investigation? Why would he be distraught? She just went into the fact that he was a sergeant, detective, and commander of Boston Police Department, blah, blah, blah. He went on, I think he testified to that he had been in testimony in trials dozens, if not hundreds of times. This would have not been anything out of the realm for him. Of course, it's nerve-wracking for the layman, for any of us to be called in for anything. A regular police interview, trial testimony. Of course, that's nerve-wracking. But for someone that has seemingly all of the stars and stripes, frankly, this should have been a cakewalk for Brian. He goes on to state that his wife, Nicole Albert, sister of Jennifer McCabe, and McCabe's daughter, Allie, were also reduced to tears by the hostile questioning during their own testimonies. So now we have confirmation that Colin, Brian Albert, Nicole Albert, Jennifer McCabe, and Allie McCabe all were brought in for the federal grand jury. You guys remember how they stated time and time again, the various people, and you know what? She said this herself. Kerry Roberts was not brought in to the federal grand jury. Why do we think that happened? Because she wasn't there at 34 Fairview Road when John O'Keefe was. Seems like to me the people that they're bringing in are the people that were at the house when John would have been there. And also the investigators, because duh, you're investigating. Oh, this is a very valid point, my friend. Karen also wasn't brought in. It's almost like Karen Reed had driven away and wasn't there. Almost. Scrolling down. Meanwhile, the existence of the federal case only amplified the harassment of witnesses and was used to legitimize it with disastrous effects. McCabe says she reached out to the U.S. Attorney's Office multiple times, telling them that one of her daughters had begun self-harming and had spent 3 months in a partial mental health program. She got no response. Jen, I would never in a million years ever wish anyone harm especially self-harm, especially as someone who struggles with depression herself and complex PTSD. It's been a life journey for me. At the same time, we also need to recognize what has happened since January 29, 2022. And also what has happened surrounding the federal investigation in particular. Jen, fine, I'll remind chat. Fine. Why not? Obviously, because they were pulled into the federal grand jury, that meant they also had minor private interviews before they were pulled in for said grand jury testimony. During trial 2, Jennifer McCabe was asked what happened when federal investigators came to her house to ask her some questions. This is what happened. Make sure I'm not fast for you guys. Okay.
You've been interviewed many times by different law enforcement agencies, be they Massachusetts State Police, Canton Police, or otherwise, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Those interviews have not just been over the period of weeks, it's been over the period of weeks and months and even years since this occurred, correct?
Yes.
You were contacted by another law enforcement agency that was not Massachusetts State Police and not Canton Police Department at one point in April of 2023. Do you remember that?
Yes.
I want to talk for a second about that series of interview, or that interview. You were contacted at your residence by these members of this law enforcement agency, correct?
Yes.
All right. Later that same day, you did sit down with those same law enforcement officers for a formal interview.
On that
same day that you were contacted by them, they also went into your home and actually interviewed you, correct?
Yes, it was brief.
All right. Those law enforcement officers identified themselves as being associated with an agency that is not Massachusetts State Police. You understood that?
Yes.
And you understood that they were not involved with Canton Police Department either, correct?
Correct.
Completely separate agency, is that right?
Yes.
During the course of that interview, those officers informed you very specifically, Ms. McCabe, that it is a crime to lie to them, even during an interview, correct?
Yes.
Those law enforcement officers informed you that they were investigating certain circumstances attendant to John O'Keefe's death, correct?
They were very vague on what they were.
Understood.
I don't know what they were investigating.
But you did understand that it was having something to do with your involvement at 34 Fairview on January 28th, 29th, 2022.
Yeah.
As a witness or otherwise?
Okay. Sustained as to certain terminologies.
Sure. Let me see if I can rephrase that, Ms. McCabe. You were aware of the subject matter of their interview, right? They weren't interviewing about a car you bought last year, correct?
Correct.
They were interviewing you about, basically, about what you're testifying to here, correct?
When I first spoke with them, the conversation was pretty vague.
But the subject matter, vague or specific, was about this subject matter.
Yes.
Okay, fair enough. They first contacted you telephonically. Called you on the phone. Is that right?
Actually, they walked up to my car.
They walked up to your car?
Yes.
Okay, that was the very first introduction, correct?
Yes.
At that point, they had not identified themselves, correct?
They didn't know.
All right, and at that point, you told them that you were not Jennifer McCabe. They asked you who you were, and you said, I'm Nicole.
I thought they were like selling something, so I was like, oh no, I'm not the homeowner.
Fair enough, fair enough. However, after you said, I'm not Jennifer McCabe, you walked into the house, they then called you on the phone.
Yes.
They were still sitting outside your house.
I don't know where they were, but they did call me.
They were close by.
I'm not aware.
Well,
just a sidebar for those of you who are now familiar with Adam Deitch. Do you think he's the type of man to be walking around in clothes that look like, like scrubby salesman clothes? Or do you think he walks around with nice pants, shirt, tie? Do you think he really would be just walking up looking like a scrub or a salesperson and be like, hey? No. Whenever I've seen him out and about, he's always dressed like to the T, dressed to the nines.
The call came almost immediately after you walked back in the house, correct?
I'm not sure how much time had passed.
Give me an idea. It wasn't an hour. It was
soon after. I'm just not sure. I can't tell you where they were located. I'm sorry.
Okay. They told you that they would, at that point, they identified themselves as being law enforcement agents, correct?
When they called me, yes.
And they told you at that time that they were not with Canton Police. You knew at least they were not with Canton Police Department. They were not with troopers with Massachusetts State Police, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And they told you that they would like to have an interview with you. They'd like to have a sit-down talk with you, correct?
Yes.
And you told them that you would be willing to submit to an interview, but you needed about 10 minutes to get ready, correct?
Yes.
You ultimately did allow them into your home, and you did sit down for a formal interview with them, correct?
Yes, brief, but yes.
And it was during that formal interview inside the home that it was explained to you that it would be a crime for you to lie to them on any material issue, correct?
Yes.
During the course of your interview, your husband, Matt McCabe, came home. Is that right?
Yes.
As these law enforcement agents continue to question you, these law enforcement officers continue to question you at some point, you inform them that you did not feel comfortable with any further questioning and you suspended the interview, correct?
Yes.
Before leaving, however, those same law enforcement officers asked you if you had contacted anyone in those 10 minutes when you indicated, I need 10 minutes to get ready, between the time they called you and the time that they showed up and came inside your house, correct?
Yes.
You told them that you had contacted your husband, Matt McCabe.
Yes.
Which is why he came home, right?
Yes.
And you told them that you had called Carrie Roberts before they interviewed you, correct? At that moment.
I'm not 100% sure, but if you have it, it seems like something I would do, but if you have it, could show me.
I'm sure some of you watch our friend Sam Benigno, and she didn't realize that she was going to be questioned about the federal investigators coming to her house. I'm sure of that. I'm sure she also wasn't aware of the fact that Karen's team had the call log of who Jennifer McCabe called. And you could tell by the, in the itching of it all, she wasn't comfy. Knowing that Karen Reed's team knew who she called when federal investigators were waiting for her 10 minutes of teeth brushing, she didn't like that. She didn't like that at all.
Absolutely.
Mm-hmm.
May I approach briefly?
Yes.
First, I'm going to ask you, Ms. McCabe, if you recognize that as being a report of that interview with Jim. Yes or no?
It appears to be, yes.
May I approach the witness stand and stand by the witness stand for a couple of questions?
Yes.
I can have that.
Sure.
I want to direct your attention on the for BrotherCounsel, page 3 and 4, starting with the second to the last full paragraph, going into page 5, top full. I'm sorry, page 4, top full paragraph.
Okay.
You could review those two paragraphs, even to yourself, and then look up and let me know when you're finished. May I approach on it?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes.
In reviewing those paragraphs, refresh your recollection as to whether or not, as to what you told those agents initially. I'm sorry, what you told those officers initially from that other law enforcement agency, about who you contacted in that 10-minute interval.
Yes, I told them.
And you told them that you had contacted your husband, Matt McCabe,
yes,
and Carrie Roberts.
Correct.
I want to stick with that for just a quick second. One of the first calls you made after being contacted by these other law enforcement officers from a different agency, one of the first calls you made was to Carrie Roberts. Is that right?
She was the first one.
That's what I'm asking. One of the first two calls you made, your husband,
right?
Come home. There's law enforcement outside my door. I'm guessing is what you said, correct?
I don't remember my exact words now, but I did ask him to come home. Correct.
And yes. Carrie Roberts.
Okay. Yes.
You wanted to let Ms. Roberts know that you had been contacted by certain officers from a different agency, correct?
I was curious if they'd already been to her.
That was my next question.
Yeah.
You also wanted to find out have these law enforcement officers from this different agency contacted her, correct?
Yes, because typically if you enter a town, she's
Ms. McCabe, yes or no?
Oh, sorry, I was just trying to explain. Okay. I'm sorry.
Is that why you contacted her, to find out if in fact they had contacted her before you? Yes or no?
Yes.
And you also wanted to find out what she told them if she had been contacted by them, correct? That was your motive in calling her.
No.
So you just wanted to find out had she been contacted,
yes.
But if she had said yes, you weren't going to say, and what the hell did they say? What did they ask you?
Well, I can't say what I would have answered, what I would have asked her, but I know I was calling to see if they had been there. Yes.
That was your intent.
I called to ask her if they had been there. Yes.
So that was your intent. Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Your motive in calling Carrie Roberts at that moment before your interview was to ensure that your story would line up with her story, Ms. McCabe. Isn't that right?
No, that is not.
You wanted to find out if she had talked to these particular law enforcement officers and what she had told them so that your story could somehow align or it could inform how you responded to questions that they asked you. Isn't that true?
That's not true. We both know what happened. We don't have to have a story. There is no story. There's what happened, and that's it.
So if that's true, Ms. McCabe, you have no reason to call Carrie and ask her if she'd been contacted by these law enforcement agents because it's just the truth, right?
We're going through this whole experience together. We call each other about everything. That's nothing more than that. I'm sorry.
Let her finish her answer. Go ahead, Ms. McCabe. You can finish that.
There's nothing more than me calling and saying, hey, did they come to your house? That's what we did when the media showed up, when Miss Reed's private investigator showed up. We just give each other the heads up. Hey, somebody's coming. Because we're just like normal moms. We're not used to this.
And that's helpful in making sure that the stories she tells are consistent with the stories you tell to different law enforcement agencies, correct?
No, we are not telling stories.
So let her finish. You said no what?
I said, no, we're not telling stories. We don't have to compare.
And in fact, what you're telling is just the truth. There's no reason for you to inquire about who's contacted her when.
There's no inquiring. It's like when you're when the ice cream truck was at the street next door and I'm saying, did the ice cream truck come? It's really that simple.
So you asked a question.
For those of you who are questioning in chat, I see this often when people are like, what does ice cream truck mean? What do you mean the ice cream truck is around? It's because of that. Because Jen mentioned the ice cream truck. She mentioned the ice cream truck in regards to the feds coming around to question her. That is the reason why people mention the ice cream truck. Anyways.
An argumentative question, and she responded in kind. Next question.
Thank you. You also testified in your direct examination, staying with Ms. Roberts for just a second, about a timeline that you and Ms. Roberts put together, correct?
Yes.
I do want to flash forward a little bit to get to who else Jennifer called. Let me get to that because that's what the purpose of this is.
Those law enforcement officers at that separate law enforcement agency. They asked you, was there anyone else that you contacted in that 10-minute period before we got a chance to talk to you? And your answer was no, correct?
Correct.
And that was a lie, correct?
It wasn't a lie, no.
Was it true? Was it the truth or a lie?
It wasn't a lie.
Okay, so it was the truth. You had not spoken to any other person between the time they contacted you telephonically and you said, I need 10 minutes, and then they came in the door. During that part of time, you didn't talk to anybody else or contact anybody else other than Matt McCabe and Carrie Roberts. Now you're testifying. That was a true statement.
I can't answer that yes or no.
It's pretty binary. Had you talked, well, let me ask you this. In point of fact, you did talk to other people. You contacted others in addition to Matt McCabe and Carrie Roberts, right? Yes or no?
Yes, I did.
Okay. So when you said no to the answer, did you contact anyone other than Matt and Carrie? That would be, by definition, Ms. McCabe, a lie. Correct?
No.
It's not a lie? Is there some shade of lie that I'm not aware of?
It's the way you're asking the question. If I could explain,
let me ask
it will make more sense to you.
The agents asked you, I'm going to go over this one more time, then I'm going to move on. The agents asked you, in fact, did you contact anyone between the time we called you and set up the interview and the 10 minutes before we walked in the door? They asked you that question, correct?
The objection sustained. Watch the choice of language.
I'm sorry. I meant the law enforcement agency. That law enforcement agency, the members of that law enforcement agency contacted you. Sorry. They asked you who you had contacted between the time they first telephoned you and walked in the door 10 minutes later. Correct?
Correct.
Okay. Data point number one. Data point number two. You told them Matt and Carrie, correct?
Correct.
You actually contacted, they then asked you, did you contact anyone else other than Matt and Carrie, correct?
Correct.
And you said no. Is that correct?
At that moment, I said no, yes.
Or any moment.
No, at that moment, because they had just come in my house.
Only one person can talk at a time.
You said or no.
She was finishing her answer.
I had said no because I was in a situation where there are two officers from a different agent had come in, were asking me questions, or they had said, can I come in and ask you questions? At first, I thought they were selling something. Then they identified themselves. I just dropped my kids off at school. Going to be completely honest, I hadn't brushed my teeth. So I kind of made some phone
Objection, Your Honor.
calls.
This is
Okay,
unresponsive.
so next question.
Thank you. Ms. McCabe, after you said no, that you hadn't contacted anybody else, those two law enforcement officers from that separate agency who had told you it was a crime to lie to them, they left, correct?
Yes.
Subsequent to that, Mr. McCabe, your husband, objection.
Sustained.
They left you their card so you could call them if need be, correct?
Yes, they did.
And you in fact did call them back, correct?
Yes, I did.
Without telling me the content of the conversation you had, did you have a conversation with Mr. McCabe? Objection.
Sustained.
I'm sure some of you that didn't watch this, you're probably going to be like, Boozey, what is the point of this? Oh, here it comes, chat. Here comes the mic drop. Jennifer McCabe made several phone calls when the federal investigators were waiting for her to be done brushing her teeth. Do you think Jennifer McCabe brushed her teeth? I don't know. I certainly wouldn't be brushing my teeth if I was making this many phone calls. We'll keep going. We're almost done with Jennifer.
Did you call them back and say, I'm calling you back because my husband told me that I lied to you and I better clear that lie up?
So sustained. Jurors, remember I told you before that only answers to questions are evidence? Be mindful of that. Next, yes.
May I?
Yes.
Thank you, Your Honor. You ultimately called these officers back, correct?
Yes.
And you explained to them that you had been untruthful with them, correct?
I explained that I had forgotten to mention a couple of people that I had reached out to.
You had forgotten. Is that your testimony?
Yes.
You had forgotten. You remembered Matt and you remembered Carrie, but you had forgotten the others that you had just contacted maybe 30 minutes before.
Yes.
There were 5 people that you contacted.
I contacted Matt.
Let's go through them.
Yeah.
Yes, no.
I know 4 off the top of my head.
Okay, let's go through them.
Okay.
You contacted your husband, correct?
Yes.
You contacted Carrie Roberts, correct?
Yes.
You contacted Peggy O'Keefe, correct?
Yes.
Then, Ms. McCabe, you contacted the district attorney's office, correct?
My witness advocate.
The district attorney's office.
My witness advocate who works for the district attorney's office.
Thank you, Ms. McCabe.
Yes.
So for anyone questioning why Jennifer McCabe would have been pulled in for said federal grand jury, outside of being inside 34 Fairview Road, which obviously she testified to several times, all her interviews, she's never denied that. They may also be questioning why, when federal investigators are near her property, already asked her if she was Jennifer McCabe, and she did not tell the truth. Just so you know, I know Yuri, what did he say? English was not his first language, but the layman's terms definition of a lie is not telling the truth. So she lied to federal investigators. Then when they went to come back in that duration, one of the phone calls that she made was the DA's office. She says it was her victim witness advocate. If this was victim witness advocate Steve Nelson, that is a big old issue for the DA's office, because some of us have heard via other live streams. I know Aidan Kearney has said this over and over again because he has that pending criminal matter still in Norfolk County, that there are impounded documents. Impounded means sealed. There are documents, aka text messages, between victim witness advocate Steve Nelson, Carrie Roberts, and Jennifer McCabe. Things that make you go, huh? Because now all of a sudden the feds are outside knocking, wanting to talk to her, and she calls the DA's office? And anyone's questioning why Jen would have been pulled in for a grand jury? But there's more.
And you also left out that you contacted Brian Albert himself, correct?
Yes, my brother-in-law.
For some reason, your brother-in-law, who's the 30-year Boston police detective, correct?
Yes.
And on whose lawn John O'Keefe was found dead or dying. Objection.
I'll allow that.
Ha! 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 And they're questioning why Brian Albert would have been pulled in for this federal grand jury. Someone who was, like we've already read, well decorated. Former officer, retired, had all these credentials. Now, in this time-minute time span with the feds outside, she's calling him big guy, bry guy. And you all wonder why Brian Albert was pulled in for the federal grand jury.
Right?
Yes.
For some reason, you did not want these officers to know that you had communicated specifically with Brian Albert, the homeowner, just before you talked to them, correct?
No, incorrect.
There was some reason that was important enough for you to lie about that, even though you had been admonished that it's a crime to lie about that to those officers, correct?
Incorrect. I didn't lie to them. I had forgotten who I had called.
And all of a sudden, you had an epiphany right after they walked out the door?
Yes. Matt said, who have you spoken to?
Objection.
I'm going to allow it. It's out. You're not going further.
Ms. McCabe, I want to draw your attention to January 28th. You had gone out drinking with your family at the waterfall bar.
Okay, now they get into the waterfall. We don't need to get into that. We already know all the things regarding all the waterfall. So, who did she call? Ghostbusters. No, she called Brian Albert, Peg O'Keefe, Kerry Roberts, Matt McCabe, and the DA's office. No idea if any of them picked up. But going back to the article where Gretchen said that Jen McCabe had reached out to the feds, specifically framing it as for help because her daughter was suffering with her mental health. I'm not going to make light of that. I don't find that funny. Much like when Colin Albert's attorneys were arguing regarding the deposition in the subpoena that Judge Gilday stated, oh yeah, this is valid. It is a self-imposed burden. Some may argue that Jennifer McCabe bringing her daughter into this was self-imposed. But also, too, if Allie McCabe was at 34 Fairview at some point in time, other than at 12:10 a.m., perhaps Allie picked up Colin not from 34 Fairview, but as testified to by Colin Albert and his mother Julie at his friend Michael Yannetti's, which is only right down the street. And they showed up at 34 Fairview at a later time when John O'Keefe may have been there, and the feds pulled some data that showed that Allie was there. Perhaps maybe that's why she was pulled into the federal grand jury. Perhaps they pulled her in because she was Colin's alibi. We don't know because it's a federal grand jury. We don't know. We don't know. Almost done. I have like 2 more things for you guys, and then I'm going to let you go. And then it's member only's live stream. We're doing Boozey After Dark. So if you're not a member, make sure you join. Got a lot of fun. Terry Sue, thank you for becoming a member. I hope you like the emojis. Coco, send a flower. Thank you so much. Kitty, thank you for being a member. Nikki, you as well. Thank you so much. Nikki likes cats, and that's okay because I like cats too. I at one point had a black cat. Caroline, oh, you have a golden, so cute. Thank you for becoming a member. Jed says a high five. Thank you, Jed Bruno. Turtle Power becomes a YouTube member. You guys are killing it. Jinxie, hi Jinxie. Thank you for becoming a member. Tay Bowles, I like your hot dog costume. Very funny. Thank you for becoming a member. Tamarina sent some sunshine, which is what we need. Bob Weir with the Uncle alert. Thank you so much. Stoner Mom. Gold coin. Thank you. Nate Taylor. 100% believe the feds are still watching the McAlberts. That may be a nice little bump over. Well, I want to come back to that in just 1 second. Bob, thank you for the eagle. Thank you. We got a cute little Chewy too. John Morrissey. Oh my God, thank you. You're wonderful. You're wonderful right back. How are you guys all still here? How do I have 2,400 of you? Thank you, Cupcakes, and everyone else that's here. Thank you. Thank you. Oh my God. What kind of dog is that, Junes? Oh my God. Oh my God. Is that a Jack Russell Terrier? Oh my God. So cute. Thank you for becoming a member. Thank you. Thank you. Sheila, you too. Thank you so much. Berthy, got another cat lover. Thank you so much for becoming a YouTube member. And Villanelle, you too. Thank you for becoming a member. Okay. So, like Nate Taylor said, 100% believe the feds are still watching. I would say more than just the McAlberts. I just think they're still around. I just know there's going to be someone that's going to clip that and is going to think, see, she's crazy. The federal investigator said it was closed. Oh my God. Well, you big dum-dums. There are some things that the federal investigation, we'll just say DOJ, feds in general, what they do. I did my research. Not only do I have another clip of Michael Easter, but there are some terms that maybe some people are not aware of. And I'm always here to spread a little bit of knowledge. This, of course, is not always things that I know either. So I'm like, let me go and dig deep a little bit to see if there's some terms. What a great point. The Adelson case. What a good point. Took years. Years. Some terms I want all of you to familiarize yourself with. Unlike Yuri, I like to look up dictionaries and actual thesauruses, like actual. Oh my God, she owns those? She sure does. There's a term for federal investigations called intelligence assessment. Under the FBI Domestic Investigations and Operations Guide. Pin that, guys. The FBI Domestic Investigations and Operations Guide. You can find this yourselves online if you don't believe me. The feds can close a formal, full investigation, but immediately open an assessment or a preliminary investigation. Assessments require no low-level criminal standard to open and allow agents to quietly look at public records, conduct physical surveillance, and interview people. Another term, which is called the pocket investigation. This is a legal term for when a formal file is technically closed to stop clocks or to satisfy public scrutiny. But agents keep a pocket file open to informally monitor a target. It's not like this has not been all over international news, these cases. And I would suppose if you have a district attorney and some witnesses that you have questioned, and you're looking at how the trial is ongoing, how trial 2 is shaping up, and the fuckery of the Canton Police Department Sallyport video footage that I went through on my last live stream. What do you do to calm it down a little bit? You send a cute little note to the district attorney's office that you have been investigating and also the news media so that it can be put out to the public that, investigation has been closed. or completed. There's another term called a monitoring status. When a specific criminal investigation may close due to a lack of immediate, indetectable evidence, or we'll say immediate, indictable evidence, the individual may remain flagged in federal databases like, I don't think I can say the T word. Marist. It's the T word that ends in est. Ist. It's just YouTube, guys. It's not me. I would say terror, if you know what I mean. Screening database or specific threat matrices, shifting their status from an active target to a monitored subject. I.e., if you were already put on as a suspect, but the investigation was closed, they can still monitor you. Watch what you're doing. If you do interviews, if you file a lawsuit, if you were deposed in another lawsuit, they're going to watch you still. The feds can also do this thing called authorized deception. Under U.S. constitutional law, federal agents are legally permitted to use deception and lie to suspects or the public as an investigative tool, stating the case is closed. To make a target drop their guard is legally classified as an investigative ruse. Sure, we close the investigation. Wink, wink. There's also a term called parallel deception. This happens when the feds create a false public narrative. As an example, announcing to a news outlet or in a public filing that an investigation yielded no charges and is resolved, specifically to protect their ongoing covert intelligence gathering methods. While the Supreme Court has repeatedly upheld that federal agents can use lying and misdirection as a tactical weapon to catch criminals, the reverse is highly illegal. If a citizen lies to a federal officer during their interactions, they can be immediately charged. Specifically, making false statements to a federal investigator. That is a felony carrying up to 5 years in prison. And one last term, just so you guys are fully aware of the things. This is something that someone brought to my attention. There's a term or like a statement, a sentence called tickling the wire. It's a slang term, and it's defined as when a subject's phone is tapped, but also could include just watching the subjects. Ticking the wire as in wiretap, as in the feds literally listening in to when someone makes a phone call. It's a specific federal law enforcement and FBI slang term. It refers to when investigators purposely leak information, shake up a target, or create a public ruse to trigger a reaction while they are secretly listening to a wiretap. This is how ticking the wire works. The feds have an active phone tap, bug, or digital surveillance running on a suspect. The tickle is when agents will do something highly visible to intentionally startle or deceive the target. This can include dropping a fake news story to the media saying a case is closed or that they have no leads, staging a minor, seemingly unrelated police interaction, like a traffic stop or a knock on the door, releasing a specific piece of blurry surveillance footage to the public. The trap is when the target relaxes and or panics, immediately picks up the phone and calls their co-conspirators to talk about it. Because the wiretap is active, the feds catch everything they say on tape. A famous example of this happened during major Wall Street insider trading busts. The FBI intentionally planted stories in newspapers about their investigations being stalled or wrapping up. They did this precisely to tickle the wire, waiting for the traders to call each other, celebrating, which gave the government the exact incriminating recordings they needed for a conviction. Which leads me back to our friends Justice Served, who had defense expert Michael Easter. Hope you guys learned a little something there. Hope you guys learned a little something. Always here to research and share the knowledge of what I find. Okay, I know you guys like Michael Easter. I know he's eye candy for some of you. I understand. Okay, where did I go? Here I am.
Preserve somebody's life.
That's so important. Kelly Reed, thank you so much for joining us. We have so many more questions. I will get to your super chats, but what I'm trying to do is ask Mike Easter specific questions right now. So Sheila has a follow-up question. Does Mr. Easter think the FBI will still come for Mr. Higgins eventually? I don't want to put you out. You can shut this off if you want.
I don't mind. I think it'll just be in general. My experience with the FBI and the DOJ, clearly having been there, is that I wouldn't rule out that something's still going to come.
Okay.
Do you think they were watching this second trial, the feds?
100%. Oh, yes. I know they were watching it because my name appeared in the pretrial motions, and I was informed that they were aware that I was going to testify and wanted to know if I was going to testify about anything I knew about the investigation prior to leaving the Bureau.
Oh, wow. That's right. Wow. Really interesting.
And I told Alan when he reached out that I couldn't discuss anything that I knew, and that it just had to be a fresh look.
That's great. Fan of the truth, can Mr. Easter's report that he didn't get to testify on be posted or released to the public?
I also want to fast forward. So that was his answer. Do you think the feds are still watching? And he's like, well, I know they are because they questioned me on my report or whatever I spoke about with Karen's defense team. They then answer another question. Do the feds just say an investigation is closed? Okay, so let me fast forward. What did I say? 114. Okay. And again, if you haven't subscribed to Justice Served TV, please make sure you do. A wealth of knowledge between Linda and Michael.
Say that an investigation was closed. They just don't say that. So
I've never seen that in my life. And I'm the one that works in those cases. We would have talked about it. What should we tell them? And
really,
typically, oh no, there's a meeting. Normally we would say nothing. We used to give a joke. I don't know if this is appropriate, but we used to say treat them like mushrooms. Feed them shit and keep them in the dark.
Yeah.
That was sort of one of our phrases. I don't know if that's appropriate, but I cannot believe that Brennan, as a special prosecutor who is a defense attorney by trade now, that the DOJ is going to confide in him where they are at. It defies my experience.
Yeah. And I think that was just what they wanted to be out there, whether they created it out of whole cloth or heard a rumbling somewhere. That helped them. They wanted that to be the situation.
Yeah, I think he perpetuated that statement into some pretrial stuff, right? Well, they've closed it. It's like, Alan didn't say that. I don't think Alan got the feeling it was closed.
No.
Yeah.
Hey, I wanted to share, this is one of the newer jurors.
All right. So then after being asked, well, do the feds just say an investigation is closed? No, of course not. especially not to Hank Brennan. That is what Michael Easter says. Okay. Of course, thank you to the law tubers that I covered today in their amazing reporting. So that was Lawyer BrotherCounsel, and Justice Served. A last couple of okays, and then I want to actually end with a little bit of new information. I had someone send something to me that I want to update you guys on. Thank you to Anxiety Tay for becoming a member. Thank you so much. Paralegal Mind sent a gold coin. Thank you so much. Oh, Sheila became a member. Thanks, girly pop. Amanda, is that a poodle? Oh my God, I think it's a little chicken nugget poodle. Love you, B, since the TikTok days. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I've had a crazy week and haven't been able to update my TikTok squad, so don't worry, that's coming. Don't you worry. We have H Bag. Thank you for becoming a YouTube member. Bella Brat for you. We may be cupcakes, but we are here 100% as Boozey Beauties. Oh, thank you for all you do. You guys are so nice. Seriously, I don't know what I did to deserve you guys to be so nice to me. Honestly, truly, you guys are the best. Like, this community over here is friggin' amazing. Callie Girl, thank you for sending a floating heart. And Emily, thank you for becoming a member. Okay, let me wrap up this article super quick. Couple other tidbits, and then I have an update on David Yannetti. Yeah, David Yannetti. Okay, let me pull up this article again for you guys. Oh, I need to stop sharing that. How do I get rid of that? Okay, there we go. There's that. I'm like, you guys are very kind for being patient to me. I am such a noob. I'm so slow at this. Okay. Let me see. Oh, this shenanigans right here. This made me giggle. Yeah, they really didn't like that I pointed this out on Twitter. So I'm going to point it out on YouTube too. Gretchen Voss says, all the while, the witnesses were being targeted relentlessly. The free Karen readers, we're readers because we do our research, maybe, followed and confronted them, showing up at Caitlin Albert's wedding in New Hampshire. Sure, let's talk about Caitlin Albert's wedding. Since you guys want to bring it up. Since you guys want to bring this up, we'll talk about it too. Oh, God. What she didn't want to report on, she's talking about the harassment and people went to New Hampshire and did just blatantly showed up, harassed Caitlin Albert, Tristan Morris, and all the things. Which, by the way, a sidebar, if we don't remember before this on Twitter, if you guys weren't on Twitter, I don't know if anyone covered it on YouTube, that one of Caitlin's bridesmaids, who actually has a pretty big platform on TikTok, she posted a picture of Caitlin drinking out of a champagne bottle on her bachelorette party. And her t-shirt said high maintenance. If you were here for trial 1, the likelihood that Caitlin was wearing this t-shirt that said high maintenance was because during trial 1 testimony, where her now husband, Tristan, testified that Caitlin Albert was high maintenance. And oh boy, when that went out and any of us that didn't believe the Commonwealth's theory, the attacks that came at us. Oh boy, how dare you point out the fact that Tristan said that and that you were commenting on Caitlin's private bachelorette? Well, guess what? Her friend who has a large platform put it out to the damn masses. You already know there's eyes on you all. You don't want us talking about it. Don't put it out there. Don't put it out there. Jeez Louise. So now they're going to do the whole thing that people were harassing Caitlin and Tristan at their wedding. What Gretchen failed to report on was this article. This little guy right here, which is, by the way, not local Fox News. This is like regular old Fox News of it all. Okay. So this was published July 13th, 2025. And the headline states, Karen Reed lands lucrative book deal while while witnesses face continued harassment after acquittal. It's up the same alley as Gretchen's article. Oh my God, it's almost a year after this, which clearly, by the way, this article didn't land that they thought it was going to land either. It only landed to the people that believe them. They state, Massachusetts witnesses report ongoing harassment while defense attorney returns to high-profile cases in California. Now, I want you all to take a gander at your screen if you're not looking right now and look to see what they put right underneath this. A video of Karen Reed pushing a trash barrel outside of her hotel. You actually can't make this up. So the headlines are speaking about the harassment, and then the very first thing that they post is a video of Karen pushing trash. They briefly talk about how life is moving on, how Karen Reed got a book deal, how she's facing a wrongful death lawsuit, which we already know that, the O'Keefe versus Karen Reed Canton Bars lawsuit, a photo of Karen and her team celebrating outside of the acquittal because, again, as a reminder, she was found not guilty of murdering her Boston police officer boyfriend, John O'Keefe. They also briefly mention the FBI investigation. An outside investigation by the FBI found no alternate suspects. Are we sensing a theme between this article as well as Gretchen Voss's? You can keep saying the same crap over and over again. It does not mean it is legitimate or real. They also said, and dispelled allegations of corruption leveled at local and state police. Again, you flash forward to now what we know about Proctor and Goody. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. They then mentioned the Albert family and about how they just celebrated a wedding. Jennifer McCabe, a key witness in both of Reed's trials, and one of the women with Reed that morning is the new bride's aunt. And look at this, folks. Look at that. A nice, regular old picture of Brian Albert smiling, seemingly having a grand old time outside of Caitlin Albert's wedding. For those of you who don't really know about public relations campaigns, let me go over that real quick. You can't make this up. It's so obvious when you start seeing this shit, guys. It's clear as day what's going on here. For anyone that's unfamiliar with paid paparazzi or stage photo opportunities and favorable media coverage, both of which are well-known PR tactics used to influence public perception. This is not the first time when allegations have surfaced that possibly the families or someone, I don't know if it's the families, the DA's office, Morrissey himself, the district attorney, whoever, have hired PR companies to help clear up certain images, help clear up reputations of certain people. There's been many allegations ongoing and going and going and going. And this is what this article looks like. because you're going to start the article with Karen Reed pushing trash, but then you have a random nice shot of what seems like as a photographer outside taking a nice picture of Brian Albert giggling and smiling. When's the last time any of you have seen Brian Albert smiling? Never. Never. That's not his reputation. Even before the Karen Reed trials. Talk to anyone that worked in Boston PD with him, anyone that lived in Canton, anyone, they will always tell you that Brian Albert had a certain reputation. Before January 29, 2022. So this to me looks like it is a PR campaign. That's what this article from Fox News looks like. Also the Gretchen Voss. It's a little obvious. She also was upset because, Aidan Kearney said not so nice things about her. So now she's throwing her thing into the mix. But what I find interesting is that these individuals' reputation, the reason why they are what they are, is because of their own words and their own actions. I don't know how you can say that you were having private time with your wife as an excuse as to why your phone called Brian Higgins' phone. And then how somehow you're still having private time with your wife and you then pick up the follow-up call from Brian Higgins. That doesn't make sense. So obviously the timing of this and these articles are very interesting. Very, very, very interesting. But it's very obvious that in Gretchen's reporting that she just accepted all of these witnesses' accounts at face value. What other research did she do other than her being upset that she feels she was treated a certain way by Aidan or the things that he said? Valid to feel like that. Sure. You want to feel like that? Fine. But to then pull up interviews and actually interview witnesses yourself and paint in a certain way, and then to say that the only reason why federal investigators investigate is because Karen Reed's the one or someone in Karen's team is the one that put in this tip, and that's the only reason why they're investigating? Does that make sense? No. Critical thinking would tell you, no, that doesn't make sense. When you are a journalist and you work for a company like Boston Magazine, you have certain ethics and standards that you are supposed to abide by, unless you're doing an opinion piece and it is labeled as such. Things like fact-checking, evaluating sources, and also testing what you think. Whatever assertions that you are thinking, double check them, triple check them to make sure you are not putting out false allegations and putting out crap. As far as I can see now, she's already put out 2 corrections to this. 2. And there's more that can be put out there. Obviously, I've covered a couple. But it's obvious that the standards that she's supposed to be abiding by, obliging to, don't apply here. Also, journalistic ethics often call for disclosure of relationships or potential conflicts of interest when they could reasonably affect a reader's assessment of the reporting. As of today, Gretchen Voss, there has been no disclosure in the article regarding her relationship with anyone that she interviewed, the families, or other sources that may have told her some things. If you guys are on Twitter, there's been some screenshots of conversations between some people and Gretchen and the connections that it seems like she has. And we'll just say No bueno, babe. No bueno. To put a pin in on this wedding threat, they also managed to get a very nice photo of Jennifer McCabe. The only two people that they posted pictures of, by the way. A smiley picture of Brian Albert and Jennifer McCabe with the hair done, nails done, spray tan, and makeup. But sure, this has nothing to do with a PR campaign. Sure. We went over Morrissey's statement. Of course we did. And then we're getting to the David Yannetti and Aidan Kearney of it all. Gretchen Voss reports, a few days later, Yannetti messaged Kearney, "These bastards deserve all the scorn we are giving them." Now, when you read that like that, it makes it look like Gretchen, again, taking talking points that have been used by McCabe and Albert supporters, where they incorrectly and reframed a statement from David Yannetti when he was speaking to Aidan Kearney in text messages, that it makes it look like David Yannetti, Karen Reed's first attorney, and who was there through everything from day one until when she was acquitted, was making it look like that Yannetti was calling the witnesses bastards. That's how it was all framed on Twitter and also some certain live streams. Well, guess what happened? It looks like David Yannetti actually spoke about this. And he spoke about this before Gretchen wrote this article. Oh, really? 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 Yep, sure did. Sure did. So this was when Aidan Turtleboy Kearney did his defense fundraiser, YouTube, obviously, streamed live on May 17th, 2026. Gretchen's article came out 2 days ago, and now all of a sudden, May 17th, she doesn't want to go back to this? I guess not. I guess not. So, as you can see on the screen, this is Aidan, attorney Melanie Little, shout out to the cupcakes, and David Yannetti. And guess what they talk about? Exactly what Gretchen is talking about in her article. Let me make sure they're also not on fast. Okay. Let's go, chat.
I want to bring up something here, David, from the recent lawsuit that I think we should talk about here. That was filed against Karen and I, and because you're mentioned in it, and it says here. So it says, by early September 2023, Reed's team was concerned that the police were potentially going to charge Kearney with witness harassment. If that were to happen, Reed's counsel Yannetti expressed concern to Kearney that if that happens, that a judge prohibits you from having contact with witnesses. This prospect concerned Reed, Yannetti, and Jackson, since they feared silencing Kearney would impact the defendant's campaign against the plaintiffs. Indeed, on September 9th, 2023, Yannetti messaged Kearney regarding the plaintiffs, stating, quote, "These bastards deserve all the scorn we are giving them." With Kearney silence, the scorn Reed intended to incite might diminish. So regarding the plaintiffs being key word there. Now, I had my hands tied behind my back with this because I don't have my phone extraction. Everybody else has it except for me. So I can't even read what that message was. But recently you and I connected about this, and I was astonished to see what came before that. So I think with your permission, these are the
listen, pay attention, everyone.
Yes.
This is emblematic of exactly what the other side is doing with just about every text message. Yeah. I'll turn the floor over to you, Aidan.
So this is my message that precedes your message. It says, I said to you, imagine a police officer is shot in cold blood, and the last vehicle seen where his body was found was a Ford Edge. There would be an all points bulletin looking for information on whoever was driving that car. They'd have a list of every person in Canton who owns one. They'd be pulling surveillance videos all over town looking for footage of a Ford Edge around the time. They'd find a plate and identify them within a day or two. Yet when 2 state police detectives found out this information, their immediate response was to pursue a wiretapping angle against someone called Turtle Boy. It has been a month now. I wonder how much time they've invested in finding whoever was driving that Ford Edge. And you respond by saying, so true. These bastards deserve all the scorn we are giving them. So who are the bastards? Who are the bastards?
You guys answer that.
It's the MSP, not the House Defense.
Of course it is. Of course it is. I've never called the witnesses bastards or anything. By the way, this is a private text message, not for public consumption. But it doesn't matter. From the beginning, your extractions on the internet, they can see the whole conversation between us. And if I could characterize that conversation, Aidan, it's 2 guys doing a different job, talking about how we can expose corruption. And it has to do with law enforcement and finding exculpatory evidence. And it's unbelievable, isn't it? I've been silent about it. I mean, I'm not going to go, tit for tat with these nitwits on the internet. Yeah, exactly, Melanie. This just symbolizes what they're doing anytime they post a text message or an email. And this is just the tip of the spear. I'll tell you, you'll get a couple of scoops today from me, Aidan, hoping that, people will donate to your cause. But it was a running joke within the team that anytime the Commonwealth filed a motion, you had to check the cases that they cited, because more often than not, they didn't stand for anything close to what they represented them to stand for. And there was an infamous footnote in one of the briefs that they wrote, cherry picking some of my text messages to you. And they just made it seem like here I am egging on witness intimidation and we're in this conspiracy to harass witnesses. When, I'm sure you probably have another text or 2 that you can show, but me thanking you. What was that for, Aidan? What was that? Was that thanking you for intimidating witnesses?
No, that was thanking me for getting the truth out there.
No.
Which one was this? Which one was this? Which thank you was this?
This was.
Did you send me these ones?
You've got it. You've got it.
Let me pull it up, because again, unfortunately, I'm the only person without access to my own phone. The whole internet has it, but they gave me access. They gave me a phone that's only compatible with non-Macs.
If you can't find it, I'll just blurt it out. But see if you have it.
Did you send it to me? I forget.
I can't remember if I gave it to you in person or if I sent it to you. I can't remember. But basically, you held a fundraiser, and it was for yourself, and you donated half of what you got at a certain day to Karen. And I saw that, and I said, "You're a class act. Thank you."
That's right.
And they have like cherry picked that to say, "Geez, you're a class act because you've been harassing witnesses or whatever." It's just. It's all nonsense. And, for whatever attorney put that quote in the motion in the civil case should be ashamed of himself. That's BBO material right there. He knew what we were talking about, and he made it sound like something else to a judge.
Yeah. And like I said, they have my phone extraction. They know that thing, the scorned bastards, they know who we're talking about because they've read our messages.
That's right.
They know we're talking about Michael Proctor and Yuri Biakinik because I said them by name in the text that preceded that. And I was saying how, and it just shows how I believe this too, that like, this is mind boggling. Like it's 2 guys talking about how much we believe this is a cover up and how outrageous we believe this is and how much I just can't believe that they're doing this. And you were like, these bastards like deserve all the scorn we're getting. God forbid the police get scorned. God forbid.
Well, obviously May 17th is before July 22nd, right? Gretchen would have most likely already seen this this was put it out there. This was really put out there. Now, here's the other thing. Because Gretchen obviously didn't do her research or her due diligence and actually look at all of that, David Yannetti did have to put out something because, of course, you're going to be speaking about someone, especially an attorney in this way, and making allegations that are not good, that have already been cleared up publicly. Again, I question the ethics. David Yannetti stated yesterday, "Hey, Linda Pizzuti? I don't know. I believe that's the owner of Boston Magazine." So he's tagging the owner of Boston Magazine. "Do you have any editors these days at Boston Magazine, or have they all taken the summer off? While I will anxiously await the correction you must publish to the shoddy reporting of Gretchen Voss, please also tell John Henry that our beloved Red Sox could use a couple of bats at the trade-of deadline. Thanks." I think because they're also a co-owner of the Red Sox or something like that. But that wasn't all. I did get sent this as I was live. David Yannetti also stated, "Asking for her sources would indeed be a good idea, but I'm thinking he should probably start by asking for her resume again. I call it a hunch, but I suspect we may have another Shannon with one N. Tip of the cap to Bob Alessi. Shannon Burgess on our hands. Did she actually graduate from journalism school? And does Boston Magazine actually vet their reporters at all before hiring them?" What ended up happening on Twitter in regards to this article that Gretchen Voss posted on her Twitter as well, which is interesting because before this, she hadn't tweeted anything since 2024. And her first tweet back in about 2 years was this article. It actually got community noted. And that happens when there is misinformation. It's something that Twitter X put forward to prevent misinformation. And specifically, this was community noted, this article, because of the quote of David Yannetti. And the community note states, "David Yannetti was referring to law enforcement who never looked into the Ford Edge that was parked where John O'Keefe's body would later be found, not witnesses when he texted, quote, 'Those bastards deserve all the scorn we are giving to them,' end quote." Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Oh, and you know what? While we're here, we'll just go over what Lindsay Catani stated, because there's a claim on here. Let me see if I can actually pull up where Gretchen says this. Did I highlight the bounty house of it all? Because she made a claim that outside of trial 1 in particular, that they had a bounty house or something. And I was like, nah, that didn't happen. And if there was a bounty house, here it is. If there was a bounty house, it wouldn't have been because of Karen Reed, her supporters. Yeah, I was like, that doesn't make sense, because I know for a fact that didn't happen. There's been a lot of claims about what, the quote unquote pink crew has done in the cult and whatever they want to frickin' say. So she actually wrote in this to basically push that narrative in regards to the jury for trial 1. She says, "The jury room on the second floor down the hall from the courtroom overlooked a field," which is the field she's talking about, "where Reed and her legal team made their entrance and exit every day. We could figure out when Karen was leaving the building and when she was coming back because there were cheers," says one juror in the first trial who requested anonymity to speak about the proceedings. "When they peeked through their blinds, they could see it all, including at one point a bouncy house and lobster food truck. The field transformed into something resembling a circus. Many of them reported it all to the court officers. Nothing was done to stop it. The court officers, which has been confirmed, which was being headed by John Fanning of the Massachusetts State Police. Also, Yuri Buchanan was in there from time to time as well. You think an investigator of the case should be watching over, looking at the jurors? I don't think so. So this whole bouncy house thing of it all, Remember when I told you guys it takes an army to look into this type of stuff and we all matter? Well, guess what? This also is important in regards to the Bouncy house. It didn't make sense because I was like, there's no way you would need like electricity and all the things. That doesn't make sense for like a kid's bouncy house. Lindsay Catani and her research. She says, I've been thinking a lot about Gretchen Voss's ridiculous bouncy house comments in her recent article. The only possibility I can think of other than the fact that Gretchen flat out lied is that there is a school-aged summer camp located directly across from the courthouse, Dedham Community House. My children attended years ago, and I'm very familiar with the programs they offer. I vaguely remember them offering fun Fridays with the bouncy house when they were members. So I did a Google search, and it sure does appear that the infamous bouncy house that Gretchen tried to tie to the Free Karen Reed crowd was in fact part of the children's summer camp across the street. No shit. No shit. And then EmilySee was like, yup. Look at that. Right on the Instagram from Dedham Community House, July 1st. It's a bouncy house. Look at that. Right at the field that Gretchen was talking about. Did Gretchen do any research at all? At all? Did she? It doesn't seem like it. We'll talk about my friend Emily now that we're here, who has had a really shitty couple of days because Emily was named in this article. So let me pull up. It's insane. It's insane. It's absolutely insane. It's seemingly not going to do the proper research. You're only going to want to talk about the things you want to talk about, but then also name people when you know what has been happening on all of the sides. So you name another creator and don't do your due diligence, thus putting people at risk. They always talk about how the McCabes are at risk and the Alberts and all of the things. But what they don't want to talk about is what happens on the, people that don't believe the Commonwealth theory. Okay, I think she's down towards the bottom, right here. So, my friend Emily was able to get an interview with candidate for district attorney Adam Deitch. As you can see through all of this, that clearly they feel a certain way about Adam, and in any which way that they could put a dig in his campaign, this is what they did. Now, for those of you who aren't aware of like campaigns of it all, there's usually things like schedules and limited times and durations. And I know because Emily has been upfront about this. She reached out to his campaign, January, February. And they actually didn't get together until last month. So she was able to have Adam on for an interview. And because this is seemingly a hit piece because of the election coming up and because Adam Deitch is running and because Deitch was heavily involved with the investigation of John O'Keefe on the federal side, that meant anyone that has done interviews was also going to be a part of this hit piece. And unfortunately, that meant Emily. Gretchen reports Deitch has appeared on the YouTube program of EmilySee, a free Karen Reed podcaster, which congratulations, Emily, you are now known as a podcaster, whose past segments have included mockery of John O'Keefe's mother and of the children of the witnesses. Deitch told me he was open to appearing on podcasts across the political spectrum to reach the widest possible audience. when you are going to put out someone's name like that, and you know people, especially on that side, are clamoring to go after whoever they want. And as someone who has had her own experiences of people coming to my home, the workplace, and all of the things, obviously this was going to be an issue. This was obviously going to upset. And instead of, sidebar, instead of these people clamoring to when Emily got the interview, now because EmilySee and Adam Deitch are in an article together, for some reason that gave the green flag for the spokespeople of the McCabes and Alberts to then go tenfold against Emily. Because they don't like Adam Deitch? Because EmilySee is also a resident of Norfolk County? Because she has been outspoken that she doesn't believe the Commonwealth theory? So one of the spokeswomen put out this. And yes, I have you proudly blocked. Where she states, for those who read the Gretchen Voss article and do not know who EmilySee is, here she is on the left mocking John O'Keefe's mother, and on the right mocking the button designed by John's niece and nephew to honor their uncle. Let me clarify this for you, for those of you who don't know EmilySee or didn't know her content before she went onto YouTube. She was on TikTok doing parodies. And she would focus on parody work about the trial. I'm going to be so everly clear when I say this. Emily's not the only one that was doing parody stuff. Just an FYI. There's many people on TikTok that will pretty much act out the trial transcripts, like what has went down via trial 1 or trial 2. Emily's not the only one. But for some reason, she has been targeted. Probably because she is local. And that's what they tend to do. She's easily accessible. So the first thing that was claimed that she was mocking John O'Keefe's mother, literally the clip that she attached to this tweet regarding Emily mocking Peg O'Keefe was because Peggy O'Keefe forgot her son's age. That's it. That's literally all Emily said. That's it. And then the second thing she attached, where she says, mocked the button designed by John's niece and nephew. It's just a screenshot of another one of Emily's videos. Do you think the purpose of her putting on a button that Jen McCabe had on that says justice for JJ, when Jen McCabe is also nicknamed JJ per Julie Nagel's testimony, calls her JJ? Do you think Emily was potentially putting parody content out there wearing that button as to mock the button because John O'Keefe's niece and nephew made it? Or do you think it's because Jen McCabe was wearing it, where she also goes by the name JJ? What do you think? What is more plausible? But like I said, Emily knows this. I've checked in on her. I speak to her, and it's not okay. So you guys can keep going on and on and on about how people are harassing the McCabes, Alberts, and Higgins. But when you put out things like this and you put out people's full information, because by the way, she was basically quote posting her own quote post. And in her original post that she posted, what is that, February 6, 2026, she put in Emily's full name. Full name. Again, Emily does not have her full name attached to her username. You keep saying this person, like Jen McCabe's been tortured. Colin's life has been ruined. And then you do things like this to people that have done what? It's crazy. I honestly feel like I'm living in the fucking Twilight Zone sometimes. It's not a matter of what's good for the goose is good for the gander either, by the way. Doing this to people because they have content, they have platforms, and it seems like there are some individuals that are trying to shut that down in whatever means is possible, and this is absolutely a way to try to intimidate Emily. And because this went down, I would only hope and pray that if the federal investigators are still watching, that I hope that they're taking notes on this. I pray, because this is fucking insanity. It's insane. It's actually insane. Just feel like I'm in La La Land all the goddamn time. Crazy. One last thing, chat, and then I'm going to members only. Clearing up one more piece of misinformation because I'm really, really, really tired of this shit happening. I'm really tired. If you're going to be a reporter and being a journalist working for someone like the Boston Magazine, you have to check your sources. You have to check your information. And once again, she didn't. Another example from this same article. I didn't think this damn stream was going to be this long, FYI, but here I go again. I really didn't think I would be taking this long to talk about this. Gretchen reports on a fundraiser gathering event that occurred. I forget the date of this exactly. It wasn't the most recent one on Juneteenth, which if you missed that, they had another fundraiser for the McCabes, Alberts, and Higgins to help them fund their lawsuits against Karen Reed, Turtle Boy, the lawsuit that they filed against Karen and Turtle Boy, but also the lawsuit that was filed against them by Karen Reed, which is in the federal courts. So they have this fundraiser. It's the head person is Denise Galvin, who is Jen McCabe's sister. So they did have a fundraiser on Juneteenth, which again, like I said, is very interesting. The fact that you picked that date, have stood with the Proctors. Many, many, many of you have said that on your Twitter accounts. And you're staying with the Proctors, and then you have a fundraising event on Juneteenth. So this event that Gretchen is talking about was before this. It was a couple of months ago. And she talks about this. 5 minutes down the road from the Norfolk County DA's office, more than 400 supporters of the witnesses in John O'Keefe's murder investigation gathered, on a March evening, just keep reading, Boozey, on a March evening to raise money to defend themselves against Reed's lawsuit. So this was prior to them filing their own lawsuit. And one could say that they had this fundraiser as well as the Juneteenth fundraiser to help fund the lawsuit that they were going to file. She goes on, long tables flanking the ballroom were loaded with merch for sale. There was a silent auction featuring donated Red Sox tickets and Loon Mountain getaways, designer upholstered throw pillows, starting at a value of $600, had been donated by Natalie. I don't know how to pronounce her last name. I'm not trying to be an asshole. Natalie Wiwicki, the former Karen Reed, Aidan Kearney middleman, who flew in from California to show her support that night. Sticking to the 400 supporters is interesting, because I remember when this was a whole big thing on Twitter. Some of you may have not even known about this, because I remember being like, the hell, 400 people? Okay. They're saying it's 400 people. That's what they keep saying. They put it all over Twitter. What a great time we had. Over 400 people, blah, 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 blah. So there was a public records request. Because here's the thing. When you put in a request to a local police department and you're using public funds, aka asking for a police detail, that can be publicly requested. And it was. And it was interesting what was put out there in regards to this police detail. It says from Dedham that the vendor that actually requested this was a vendor by the name of Big Picture Media Group. Media Group. Huh. Oh, and who works there? You guys, if you're on a bigger screen, you can see it, but I highlighted at the bottom. Megan Malone. Some of you may not know who that name is. Matt McCabe's sister. Interesting. But she put it under as the media group and not as herself personally. But because of this public records request, that just obviously put some fire under people that support them, or people that went to this event. And they made a lot of claims. They made a lot of claims about how the detail was required by Dedham. And for some of you who don't understand where I got my username from, it's quite literally because I was in the liquor industry, the events world for over 10 years. And guess what I did? Well, crap, I helped with events. And that included helping set up. And I don't just mean the tables. I mean contacting venues, getting costs, all the things. So I looked at this and I was like, that doesn't make sense. There are some things here that are being claimed that don't make sense. So I tweeted out previously, because I just want this to be known once and for all, again, that I do not care if you have a fundraiser. I do not care if you do your parties and the events and all the things. Seriously, could not care. I don't care. However, the claim that you needed to have a police detail was false. The claim that you had over 400 people there is not how much the room they were in held. It's also not hard to Google this, folks. It's not hard. So the claim that having 400 people at this party does not automatically mean you had to have a police detail. And like I said, I looked this up. The town of Dedham does not require every party of 50 to 100 people serving alcohol to have a police detail. That claim is actually insane, and it's not a rule nor a law. Sometimes a town or venue will require a detail for larger events like a concert, a trade show, or carnival, especially if alcohol is being served. Dedham's own regulations state that a detail can be required in the board's judgment, or based off the board's judgment, like the select board. Like, remember how Chris Albert was on the Canton Select Board? so this would be the Dedham's board, as necessary to maintain law and order, which means it is discretionary and decided case by case, not triggered by head count or loan or because you're serving alcohol, which was claimed in so many of their tweets. Nowhere in the town's liquor license and regulations does it state that events at a particular size require a police detail. I literally looked it up. Poor people. This is what you do when you don't research, Gretchen. The board shall have the right and authority to order any licensee to engage as many private detail police officers from the police department, which in the board's judgment are necessary to maintain law and order upon the licensed premises and the areas immediately adjacent to or serving the licensed premises, including the parking lots. That is all that is in like the Denham's policies. There's nothing like the claim was, oh yeah, we were serving alcohol. Oh, there was over 100 people, something like that. And I was like, there's nothing like that on Dedham's website. None of it. None of it. Because in fact, what the public records requests show, this one, was that it was a private dinner party with one officer, which reads like a standard privately requested detail. It is not considered a large or special event per the town's regulations. There weren't any celebrities present either that would have drew in a crowd. So if you were to say it like, I don't know, Taylor Swift was to be at a party, obviously there would be police detail, in which, by the way, for her wedding, she paid for all of those police members. Also, what is publicly available, we know from this public records request, is the Hilton's website. There's no room at the Dedham Hilton that can hold over 400 people. And like I said, I'm very familiar with how these events are run. Very familiar. The reason why they have these limits to how many bodies can be in the room, it really is for safety. It's not to like quote unquote limit, you know, or like say a smaller room, they try to say has a certain limit and they try to like upsell you on the larger rooms. No, it's literally for safety. What will happen is a facility will want to put in the licensure to be an event place, right? So say for the instance, something like the Hilton would come in and say that they want to have rooms that people can rent out. Well, then the fire department comes in, they do all of the things and figure out what is their max capacity. There's like a whole lot of numbers and engineers and things that go involved with that. So per the Hilton's website, the largest room can hold 340 people, not 400. If you're going to be having over 340 people, you are literally putting the people in that room at risk. How? Say there's a fire and you have to have everyone leave the room. What you don't want to do is have over 400 people in that room and it become a scene. God forbid there's some kind of accident. Something happens. You don't want to have that many people in there. It's not safe. It's not safe. Now, what we also know is because a photo came out of this event that we know how the tables were set up. As you can see, they are using round tables with the setup of the chairs. This is called banquet style. It's a setup that means rounds of tables, usually 60 or 72 inches in diameter, arranged throughout the room or meeting room to seat 8 to 10 guests each. Again, we go back to the Hilton screenshot. The Fairbanks room banquet style, you can fit up to 340 people. Obviously, it would be different with the square tables, or if they were doing more of a reception, they could fit 700. However, it is banquet style tables. It is round tables. It literally cannot hold over 400 people. Literally. So just in regards to this one event, between the claims that they had to have a detail and also the inflated head count, it's just not lining up. None of this is lining up. Much like what many times that these people say things, it doesn't line up. You reframe things to look a certain way when they don't. It's actually exhausting. Like, this shit is exhausting. Okay. So I did that. Let me do that. I don't want to talk about Yuri. I don't want to talk about Yuri is exhausting. To wrap this up, we will talk about one final thing that she says in the end of her article. Truly is exhausting. The witnesses have stayed mostly quiet through the investigation, both trials and years of harassment. At the fundraiser that night, McCabe stood before the crowd of 400. Notice how she keeps talking about 400. And spoke. We trusted the process. We trusted the system. We believed if we told the truth and endured, that would be enough. We were quiet when quiet was right. This time, we are not whispering. Fine. Fine. You can keep talking. Absolutely fine. I'm sure if and when there are any federal investigators that are watching the things that are going on, I'm sure they would love for all of you to keep talking. I'm sure that's only going to benefit anything that may potentially be going on. They also, she attempted to do a dig at the jury foreman. Like this, another thing, like, just aggravated me because I'm like, I don't know why you're putting a dig to any jury members, but fine. I forget where it is. She stated like, oh, the jury foreman of the second trial didn't take any notes. Well, perhaps he didn't take any notes because he said this in his own interview, was because the very first person that testified was lying. A quick reminder of who was the first person that testified for trial 2. EMT, Canton EMT, Timothy Nuttal, where he claimed after some questioning that his memory gets better with time. Not the normal human nature where your memory will fade over time. No. Timothy Nuttal stated that his memory got better with time. Better. I don't know if you guys remember what happened in trial 1. Let me see if I have it geared up right.
They will pick up debris from the ambulance. Okay.
Oh, yeah, I do. Okay, let me slow him down to remind you guys of what he said during trial 1. And this is Alan Jackson for Karen Reed for trial 2, cross-examining him, being like, hey, remember when you said this? Okay.
Yes, sir. Or the debris from the floor of the hospital or wherever. Mm-hmm. Is that yes?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You testified previously at the grand jury in April of 2022, correct?
Yes, sir. I believe so, sir.
Okay. So this happened in January of 2022, that same year in the springtime. You testified at a grand jury, April 20th, I think it was.
Yes, sir.
Does that sound right?
Yes.
Okay, I want to take you back to that testimony for a second. You testified at that hearing that Mr. O'Keefe was, quote, dressed appropriately for the weather. You remember that?
Yes, sir.
All right. It was obviously well below freezing at that time.
Yes.
That night that you responded?
It was.
We just seen the video. It looks cold as hell, right?
It was chilly.
All right. The wind was howling.
Yep.
It was snowing. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And you testified that John O'Keefe, quote, had a heavy coat on and possibly 2 other layers of clothing.
Yes, sir.
In April 2024, you reiterated your very specific memory of and you even called it a puffy heavy coat that he was wearing, which was then removed so that you could assess his injuries, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. Not to get too colloquial, but a puffy coat is like got down and stuff in it, right?
Correct.
Looks kind of like Stay Puft Marshmallow Man, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Pretty distinctive article of clothing.
Yep.
And you testified last year that Mr. O'Keefe was wearing that clothing, which you had to remove or somebody had to remove in order for him to be properly assessed.
I did testify that way. Yes, sir.
Okay. And you mentioned that your memory of that big heavy, you responded.
It was.
We just seen the video. It looks cold as hell, right?
It was chilly.
All right. The wind was howling.
Yep.
It was snowing. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And you testified that John O'Keefe, quote, had a heavy coat on and possibly 2 other layers of clothing.
Yes, sir.
In April 2024, you reiterated your very specific memory of and you even called it a puffy heavy coat that he was wearing, which was then removed so that you could assess his injuries, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. Not to get too colloquial, but a puffy coat is like got down and stuff in it, right?
Correct.
Looks kind of like Stay Puft Marshmallow Man, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Pretty distinctive article of clothing.
Yep.
And you testified last year that Mr. O'Keefe was wearing that clothing, which you had to remove or somebody had to remove in order for him to be properly assessed.
I did testify that way. Yes, sir.
Okay. And you mentioned that your memory of that big heavy winter coat was as clear as your memory of other specifics in this case, correct?
Yes, sir.
I asked you that exact question, didn't I?
You did.
And I said, your memory of him having that big puffy coat on, which stood out in your mind, was just as clear as the other specifics that you've testified to about the case.
Yes, sir.
About that night. And turns out you were completely wrong about his clothing, correct?
Correct.
Matter of fact, he wasn't wearing a coat at all.
No, sir.
He wasn't wearing a winter coat, correct?
Nope.
He wasn't wearing a heavy winter coat, correct?
Correct.
And he wasn't wearing a puffy, heavy winter coat.
He was not.
Yet you testified that he was wearing all of that, and that was clear in your mind at the time.
Yes, sir.
Did Mr. Brennan bring that up during the meeting 3 weeks ago?
He asked about what I had meant when I said appropriately dressed.
So you did talk about something other than just the I hit him, correct?
Yes, sir.
When I asked what y'all talked about, why didn't you tell us that?
To be perfectly honest, sir, I did not remember until right now.
Oh.
So your memory is fading even after 3 weeks.
Yes, sir.
Oh, okay. So your memory does fade. Oh. Gee, I wonder why the jury foreman, who was very open about his own previous interactions with the Boston Police Department. If you guys didn't see any of those interviews, oh my God, was he amazing. But he would hear something like this, already having some crap in his life years and years and years ago. And he hears like, you hear that. And then you have people like Gretchen Voss trying to what seemingly is weaponize the fact that he didn't take notes because he knew it was baloney from the start. That's why. You don't need to take notes. All you need to do is listen. That's how easy it is to see in this case that what the Commonwealth had put forward for their case in chief did not line up with anyone. No one. And this was trial 2. This wasn't even trial 1. And Hank Brennan chose Canton Fire Department member Timothy Nuttal, who previously said John O'Keefe was wearing a puffy coat when John O'Keefe was not wearing a puffy coat. He was, in fact, wearing a very thin hooded sweatshirt. Thin, not a thick one. Thin. But yet Timothy Nuttal stated that he was wearing a puffy coat and it somehow had to be taken off of him or something like that. This was also one of the individuals who claimed Karen Reed at the scene said, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. Trial 1, though, he said, I hit him, I hit him. Trial 2, now it's I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. And then they walk through the video footage of the scene from Officer Canton Police Officer Saran Wrap. They go through his dash cam footage, and Timothy Nuttal is like pointing out, yeah, that's when I said it. But then they cross-reference trial 1, and they cross-reference another interview, and it's just like he tries to pinpoint a time when he heard that, and every single time he did, it didn't line up to when Karen Reed was around. And that is something you saw consistently with this whole I hit him, I hit him, I hit him of it all. So the jury foreman, who, by the way, is black, put it out there, he's a black man, saw this testimony and said, nope, absolutely fucking not. But here's the thing. This jury foreman clearly states in his interview, he listened and he listened, and what he said was witness after witness after witness was just lying. You're a liar. You're a liar. You're lying. You're lying. That's what he thought of the witnesses that were put forward because of the Commonwealth. You guys see how one little article can spew so much crap and twist things, all because the person that's writing the article feels like they had their feelings hurt, feels like people were spreading misinformation, feels like she was attacked. And let me be so ever clear. I do not agree with anyone going to anyone's home or calling their workplace, trying to get them fired. If they have a channel or a content creator that they don't have their names attached to their information or their username, as an example, like me, I don't have my name on here. I don't agree with, I guess you could call it doxing. I don't agree with any of it. Never have, never will. But I just find it interesting that someone who has what seems like similar experiences to many of us on this side of the aisle would then weaponize that, twist things, and write an article that really it's full of misinformation. Because you can absolutely write things that are in favor of people like Jennifer McCabe or Brian Albert and not twist things, put things out as facts, things that have actually happened. But it's obvious what's going on here. Like I said when I started off this whole live stream tonight, which is now over 5 hours. I hope you all appreciated the liveness of it all. I really thought I was going to be here for 2 hours and be done. When you do things like that, it makes you come off as, I want to say, inconsistent, biased, not fair, pushing a narrative. And when we in the county have a very important election coming up, the district attorney election, which if you're in the county, please make sure you vote or get your early voting in. Early voting is before September 1st. Mail-in voting is an option too if you're going to be away for that holiday. September 1st is the actual election, though. It's not November. It's September. Please just know that these are the things that are going to start happening because we are in an election year. I'm sure most of you are familiar when it comes to national news of it all. Things that come out and hit pieces and all the things. Well, this is on the local level. They clearly are stating that Adam Deitch was working with Karen Reed to open up the federal investigation because of whatever connection they think that she has to this. Completely undermining the federal investigation. We'll see. We'll see. I have a few more thank yous I need to say. And then members, we are going to go shoot the shit privately. We are. I don't care if it's 12:30. I want to chat. Let me say my final thank yous. I had more to cover, by the way. I can't do any more time. we will cover more of it another time. We will. Another dog. Oh, is that an old puppy too? I love old dogs. Thank you, Weird Debbie, so much for the gold coin. Thank you, Trish Eastburn, for also the gold coin. Rose Lee, thank you for becoming a YouTube member. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Michelle, my bell. Michelle, your bell. Thank you. Happy to be a new member. Love your content and fun energy. Thank you. I always try to be a little more lively, unless we're really talking about serious issues. But yes, I always try to be a little light when it comes to all of the darkness. Thank you, Nicole, for becoming a member. You guys are the best. This is crazy. I don't know how I still have 2,200 of you. Simply Rose, thank you for the Silver Star. Silver Star? Oh, God. Silver Star. Oh, she's mismatching her words. Jennifer Hayes, thank you so much for becoming a member as well. Merzerlina V, a clapping seal. These things are great in the chat. I know they annoy some of you, but I think they're kind of fun. They remind me of TikTok, and that's kind of seems like what they're trying to do is become like TikTok a little bit. Thank you, Tammy, for the Unk alert. I don't know what Unk means. Like uncle? I don't really know what that means. Thank you, Monique, for the gold coin. Scooter, for becoming a member. I appreciate you. As well as Maureen, thank you so much for becoming a member. This is crazy. Lady K from Texas, becoming a YouTube member. Thank you so much. Darlene Wesley, gold coin. Thank you. This is wild. Mirage, thank you for the flower. Saucy Meat Sauce. Don't forget to like, guys, and show support. Boozey just said she went way past last call. I really only thought I was going to be 2 hours. I was like, this will be easy. Walk in the park. Little did I know. 3 hours later. I told you I'm a talker. Madame August Butterfly, thank you also for becoming a member. And Darlene also with the Silver Star. Campfire Crime Talk. That's kind of like we're about to do around like the campfire. I wish I could figure out how to do that as a background because I totally would with the members' lives. Okay, thank you so much for becoming a member. Lola, the good dog. But are they still, speaking of dog, here comes my guy with his cone again. He's telling me, you've been on here way too long. Lola says, but are they still butt dialing, suspiciously disposing of phones, lying under oath, and living in fear of Adam D? And she says, yup. I don't know. It seems like maybe they don't want anyone speaking to Adam. I don't know why else they would be upset that Emily was able to get an interview with him and then put out her private information and harass her and do all the things. It doesn't make any sense. I don't know why it matters. And also to just jump off of that, do have these women on their own channel reached out to all of the candidates? That would be my follow-up question. In particular, did they reach out to Greg Connor? If so, what was his response? And knowing that there's the Proctor of it all, because Greg Connor has previously called Proctor as Mike as what you would call a friend, right? Not Michael, Mike. Did they reach out to Greg Connor? Did he respond? And does he support Proctor? The Proctor support him? Does that mean this channel supports them too? I have a lot of follow-up questions on that. Or do they only care about Adam Deitch so that they can try to question about the federal investigation and try to get him on some things? Try to catch him in a lie. Reminder, Jennifer McCabe's friend is on that channel. Who knows? Who knows? Who knows? Lola also says, did none of the witnesses watch the body cam footage to try and match up their stories with what actually happened? That never made sense to me. Oh yeah, you got. Okay. I have ADHD, and on my TikTok, I did one breakdown. I believe it was of Brian Albert of his original interview, follow-up like interviews, the testimonies, and I also think I covered the interview he did, the media interview, and what was changing throughout everything. And it's like, oh my God. And that changed, and that changed, and another one, and another one. So once I can get my full research down, that will be a live stream to see just how all of their stories have changed over time. Remember, Timothy Nuttal stated that his memory gets better over time. That's actually what was very heavily questioned in regards to Jennifer McCabe, right? Same thing about her memory. It's a lot. If you think it stayed consistent, none of them have. Papster Steve, thank you for becoming a member. Thank you, thank you. I need to figure out a couple of new emojis for you guys too. Clay's godmother also became a YouTube member. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you. Wait, what is this? Flute girl, there's a happy poop? Oh no. Oh no. That actually would be kind of funny when it's like throwing shit at the wall, see if it sticks. Oh no. Now there's going to be all poops in my chat. Okay. Darlene Wesley, Gold Coin, thank you. Please don't do that, chat. Please don't do that. Mary Montgomery sent some sunshine. Thank you. Oh, and so didn't Joe Mar. Hello, Joe Mar. Thank you for the sunshine. Ain't no sunshine when she's gone. Stephanie in Canada sent 100. Yes, 100%. And also, may the force be with you. Sent a potty hat. Potty all the time. Potty all the time. Oh my God, you guys are the best. No, legit, Proctor Defender will always be stuck in my head. Always and forever will be stuck on my head. That's the life of a Proctor Defender. Hey, but the remix, I keep trying to get Fervent to put out a remix where the remix is, thank God we aren't Proctor Defenders. Thank God. Well, my friends, I hope you all enjoyed yourself. You all have been amazing and incredible. The things I did not cover today, I will make sure I do a little star on all the things, because I do think we should go over a little bit more that I wasn't able to fit in tonight's live stream. Maybe we can go a little more in depth too about how Michael Proctor's second phone extraction came out and about, because Gretchen alluded that it was the feds, but it's not it wasn't federal investigators. It was actually it was local attorneys, but mainly attorney Rosemary Scapicchio. But you know, just I guess twist things as you wish, I suppose. Oh, music to my soul. Can you spray the opalite to make the House defendants' claims go away? LOL. I'm so annoyed about the anti-SLAPP ruling today. I haven't even looked at it yet. So chat, don't ask about it. I haven't looked at it, and I won't comment on something unless I've actually looked at it myself. Spray. Spray. Oh, my Lord, never, ever been like this before. Actually, this is a good segue for the members only live stream, because I need to talk about Ariana Grande, and we need to talk about this live stream. We need to talk about it all. All right, my friends, my live stream friends. I am going to set up a members only right now, right when I log off this, and we will move over there so we can shoot the shit in private. For any of you that think I'm going to be like doing any defamatory things, no. No. But if you want to pay the membership, be it, babe. Do it. I know, Colin, there's so much to cover. It's actually exhausting. There's too much. And this is why people get confused, because there's just too much. Okay, friends. Now my members are like, let's go. Yeah. All right. So for those of you that are here, thank you for hanging tight. Thank you for hanging on. This was my longest live stream ever. I truly, like I said, I don't know what I've done to have you guys hanging out here for so long, for you guys, some of you to give funds around and all the things. But you know what? I appreciate you. It does not go unnoticed. I was able to get a few gadgets in the mail. So it's great because you guys are helping me do this. No. Speaking of a friend, I'm actually very upset, Microdots, that YouTube pulled the Sandra Birchmore doc that you did. I need to talk to you about that. We'll talk. We'll talk, friend. But like I said earlier, Microdots also has had his own experiences with some intimidating things by people. Microdots does not have his name attached to his account. So just, again, I always like to throw in things to make you guys think a little bit more of what may be going on behind the scenes when people say that they're innocent and all they ever did was testify. They testify, but yet they don't want to be deposed. Anyways, my friends, members, stay tuned. That will go live very shortly where we can chit chat on our own for a little bit. We need a chat. Remember, you matter, okay? No matter how many people try to tell you that you don't, you do. In whatever which way that you have followed this trial, been a part of the community, even for my silent watchers that are in the county, I see you. I see you. Can understand why those in town, those have had there are other experiences, why you haven't come forth. It makes sense because every single time someone comes out with their own story, they seemingly to get attacked and doxxed. Their workplace gets called or knocked on the door or posted publicly. So please just know, wherever you are in this community, you matter. If you're a Norfolk County resident, please don't forget about this election. It is hugely important. My vote is going towards Adam Deitch. That is who I want to see help clean up my county and actually open up the investigations again of Sandra Birchmore and John O'Keefe. I'm hoping there's some other cases that'll be looked into. If you're not on my Twitter, please go check out my pinned post in regards to 2 other cases along with John O'Keefe's that also have had some interesting issues regards to missing video footage or corrupted video footage. And I'm specifically talking about Keith Boudreau and Chris McCallum. It's important that we remember that this is not just John O'Keefe, and he does matter. There's a lot more and many victims that haven't been spoke about in this county that have been brushed to the side that deserve to have equal opportunity as well. With that being said, I want you all to have the best evening, morning, afternoon, wherever you are. And just know that the stars are always watching and the sun is always shining and the feds are always around. Someone's going to clip that and say she's a crazy bitch. Anyways, members, I'm going to set up this live stream now. I'll see you guys in a few minutes if you are a member. Oh, God, I think I have a couple others to say thank you to. This is crazy. Stephen Lang became a member. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Age of Nefarious. Thank you so much for becoming a member. Hope to see you over there. As well as Chevelle. Thank you too for becoming a member. I love you all. Replay crew, you are the best. Members, I'll see you soon. Drink your water. Half your body weight every single day so that your body can function as normally. Thank God Karen Reed is free. Almost. We need to get those damn cell phones back. Justice for John O'Keefe. Please never forget the other victims. And I'll catch you guys on the opposite side. That's the life of a Proctor defender. That's the life of a Proctor defender.